forensics of the cell. Can you parse your emotions like a memory dump? Track the spike in your fear, that anxiety jump. Kernel panic in your chest, stress in the core. What's this skull triggered it? Gotta explore all of your thoughts like a crime job running. Scheduled beliefs, unconscious and gunning. Are they valid or just cash from the gunning? Need a clean rebuild, make the changes last. No more seg faults in the middle of dreams. Time to patch the system, optimize routines. So edit your life like you're cleaning your code. Cut the bugs from the bloat, let the insight load. This ain't just tech, it's philosophy too. Bring curiosity to everything you look inside, like you look through logs. See the errors, the loops, the internal fog. Lessons from rookies and ransom with fear. Apply it to people that habits unclear. It's not about blame, it's lessons we earn. Every image there's something to learn. In every image there's something to learn. Every image is something to learn. Fresh forensics, not just code in the shell. We investigate systems, but we audit ourselves. From the logs to the soul truth under inspection. No blame, just growth, raw data reflection. Fresh forensics, it's a whole state of mind. Digging through the logs that we usually hide. Digital or mental, we trace it for health. It's an investigation, forensics of the cell.
White hat during the day, black hat at night. Imagine by the sun, hacking under moonlight. Rule access flowing, scripts ready to fight. Terminal dreams running commands all through the night. White hat in the office, black hat in the lab. Coat on my fingers, packets I grab. Firewalls fall, I move out of sight. Linux in my soul, black hat, black hoodie, getting ready for the night. Boot the VM Cali on the drive. Terminal open, feel my pulse come alive. Freaking in the night, map sweeping the scene. Ain't no firewall strong enough to block me. Oh no, TCP dump sniffing secrets, packets on parade. White shark dancing, every bite get displayed. Payloads ready, meet exploit in the fight. Black hat, energy, code glowing in the night. Hey. Hydra on the passwords, brute force and style. Air crack on the Wi-Fi, handshake in a file. Scripts chained together, automation tight. Flashing in the shadows, hidden out of sight. Hidden out of sight, hey, yeah, hey, yeah, yeah. Hex dump decoded, string spill the truth, bro. Logs tell a story, I'm a digital sleuth. Proxy flips, IP maps, I never get caught, never get caught. In the matrix of data, I'm the shadow they saw. White hat during the day, black hat at night. Flashing by the sun, hacking under moonlight. Root access flowing, scripts ready to fight. Terminal dreams running commands all through the night. White hat in the office, black hat in the lab. Coat on my fingers, packets I grab. Firewalls fall, I move out of sight. Linux in my soul, black hat, black hoodie, getting ready for the I got no friends in my contact, just ghosts on the thread. Laugh at the small talk, I'd rather talk to LED instead. With it I'm wired, coffee cold by the bin. Screens glow my sunrise, midnight's where I begin. Comfort in the silence, fingers dance on the keys. My quiet is the cooling fan, my pulpit are the RGBs. I left the party invites, I RSVP with a shell. Cursor blinks like a heartbeat, know it all too well. Arsenal on standby, not flexing, just ready. Plug-ins like pocket knives, kept clean and steady. I map the tour, knows where the data flows thin. I whisper the process, let the quiet work begin. Don't make me mad, I put on my black hat, I swear. Not for the clout, for the cold, for the dare. No small talk, no drama, I keep my circle tight. Give me root in a terminal, and I'll vanish in
Right. What's up, guys? What's up, everyone? Fresh Forensics, baby. You know how we start this thing off. We are all alive, and we're going live. What's up, Brain Tumor and Chill? We got Shadow Work 9 in the building. Shout out to 33 times. We got Nestor 92 up in here. Nestor, man, been missing all the live streams. I know he's happy to be here. It's good to see you, Nestor. Very powerful message, man. Some of my best men are up in the chat today. That just makes me feel even better. Let me get this thing started off. Very, very righteous. I literally just ran. I live right next to a store, and I ran over there real quick with like 10 minutes before this thing started. I ran over there real quick. I had to grab me some energy, so I ran over there so I could. Yeah, there we go. What's up, man? What's up, everybody? Good to be here. Oh, yeah, I'm ready now. Thank you guys for showing up. I tried to start a little bit earlier today since it is a weekday. I'm going to try to start even earlier. I'd like to start around 5 or 6 Eastern Standard Time during the week because I know people do work. And when we head into the weekend, Friday and Saturday, maybe start around 8 or 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and go into the night. A couple hours each day during the week. When we hit those weekends, though, Friday and Saturday, that's when we're going hard. That's when we're going hard, man. So we're going to go for a couple hours. This evening. I have in my hands a USB stick, a fancy USB stick. This thing is made of, it's actually made of metal. It came with my 3 screens behind me there. And I'm going to use it for the demo tonight. I just picked a random USB stick that was essentially on the desk in front of me. I have several laying around here that I could use, but I'm going to start, if all else fails, I'm going to start with this one. So as the title of the live stream suggests, we're going to be doing some stuff with data recovery. You could consider this forensics, USB forensics, recovery of deleted files. This could actually prove to be an incredibly useful thing for you to have a basic understanding of. I'm going to show you how you can recover deleted files. And I mean files that really have been deleted, really, very much so deleted. This isn't going to be surface level. This is not going to be middle of the mall data recovery. This is going to be real data recovery, the type of data recovery that people charge for and people pay for. What's up, Brandon S. up in the building? It's good to see you guys, man. People are coming in. I'm gonna ramble for just a couple minutes, guys, and then we're gonna get started. So check this out. Big news, man. Brain Tumor says he's a big fan of Shred. Well, guess what? We're going to be using Shred. Man. Very powerful message said, Best Buy 250 for my kids' photos. Okay, nice. 250 for your kids' photos. I'm going to show you some techniques in this live stream that I promise you people pay for. I know I say this stuff, right? But for those of you who have been to any of my prior live streams, you guys know I don't mess around, man. I bring solid content to the table. So when I say that, you can take that to heart. I'm going to show you a technique that will allow you to recover data that most would consider gone, deleted. Open Code AI, what's up, brother? Open Code says, which roadmap should I follow if I want to start a career in cyber forensics? Well, take anything I say with a grain of salt because I did not follow any typical path. I have a very crazy backstory for what brings me to this point. I have a very crazy, unusual, non-traditional backstory, and I'm an independent contractor for YouTube. You know, this is my career. I had to create my job. I had to create a company, and I have a little gnat flying around. I had to create my company. I had to create a job for myself because due to my history, nobody wanted to look past. I don't have a traditional career in cyber. I created one for myself. But I always tell people, if you're interested in getting into any path that goes through a cyber roadmap, if you will, is to pursue certs, because certs are worth it if for nothing else. They force you to study things you would not typically study, and get hands-on with things like Try Hack Me and Hack the Box. And don't give up. Never stop. Don't ever stop. Be prepared to learn every single day, every day. And if you're knocking on that door and they won't let you in, knock on another. And if they won't let you in, then you better build that door yourself, because that is literally what I did. I have an eviction notice on my door. I just got caught up with my rent yesterday, man. Yesterday. Crazy, man. What's up, guys? I'm so glad we got people filing in. I'm going to make this a very practical, very hands-on Linux lesson. We're going to be doing what definitely would be considered forensics. You're very welcome, Open Code. We're going to be doing what is 100% considered to be forensics. Really doing forensics. Sometimes I use that word very lightly, but this is going to be real forensics, real data recovery. And as you can imagine, we're doing everything from the command line, and we are using Linux as our workstation. What's up? We got what is that? I don't know how to say that. IMK. I don't know. Well, he says now it's gone for sure, but I'm just curious. Bro's a trailblazer, 100% a trailblazer. Where are you? Been 2 years ago with this stream. By the way, I deleted everything from a USB 2 years ago accidentally. I took the wrong USB and made it bootable. Ooh, so I overwrote it. Was it a dead end situation? No, it was not a dead end situation. 100% I could have recovered that data. If you still have it, I can still recover data off of it. It is not dead. But if you've been using that USB stick for 2 years, no, I doubt that's going to be recoverable. But if it's still sitting there, it's still intact, I could 100% recover that data, man. Promise you. So yeah, I had to take a day off last night. I was feeling it, very tired. And you make mistakes when you're tired. You fumble your words, you make mistakes. I needed an evening off. Still sat here and did stuff on the command line because I can't stay away, but I just kind of relaxed, very, very slow, got a good night's sleep, and here we are. So, all right, so we're getting ready to get started, guys. I like to ramble for a few minutes, but I promise you, it's worth the wait. It will be worth the wait. I give you my word on that. It will be worth the wait. Dan, thanks for the info. I put Linux on it after I use it. So yeah. If you have been using it, man, that's going to be a tough one. Not to say it's not still possible to get some remnants, but if you've been using that thing for 2 years, because the thing with data is one of the best ways to get rid of data is to write over it multiple times. So you've been writing over that data for 2 years, essentially. So Mirror 808 says, yo, are we going to get Hillary's files? No, I don't want nothing to do with those files. I don't want those type of people after me again. Anyway, I got a surprise for you guys. I love you guys, man. You're the best, man. You guys give me the support that I need, that I've never had in my entire life. I got a surprise for you. Got a few things, received a few things today. We'll get to those at the end of the stream. We'll get to them at the end of the stream, but did receive a few things today, very interesting things. So I am very excited to show you what I have in these boxes, but I'm going to save that for the end of the stream. Also, I did set a goal, guys. I set a very basic goal. You guys should be able to see that. The goal that I set is, I think I set a goal of 5 super chats in the next 2 hours. 5 super chats in the next 2 hours. So if any of you guys can help me out, I set like the most basic goal. What's up? Greetings from Serbia. I see you, man. All right, I have talked enough. If you can, guys, check out the goal. Help me out with that. You know, trying to keep this train moving and, you know, continue to bring the best content to you guys that I can. So if you guys can help me meet my goal, we can keep on doing that. And as you can see, I show up. I show up, man. Recharged and had the tunes going. Yes. And I'm bringing new music as well for you guys too. I'm in the process of creating new music. So I learned something on the way, but only theory. So should I learn C or something other so I can help people like me in that situation? Sure, why not? Greetings from Serbia. Try Hack Me for beginners who want to learn or learning with ChatGPT. Nothing wrong with using ChatGPT to learn, man. ChatGPT is actually great for that. Thanks. Great to see something like this. What's up, Steelic? Oh, we got a bunch of regulars showing up. All right, guys, let's get going. I have a goal. It's a super basic goal. Oh, there we go. I set a goal of 5 super chats for $1.99 each, right? Just a small goal. We already hit one of those 5. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you so much for that, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate that so much. Got the best content 6 days a week because I'm taking Mondays off. When we hit the goal, when we do hit the goal of the five super chats, we already got 1, so we got 4 left. When we hit the goal, I'm going to pause whatever we're working on, and I'm going to show you what I have inside of these. Nestor's, we got Nestor up in here, so you know, Nestor will just wipe the whole goal out. Like, forget 5 people. I'll do it for all 5. We got Nestor up in the chat, guys. I should have set a bigger goal. What was I thinking? Chat is blowing up tonight, man. All right, let's thank you, Nestor, man. You're awesome. I can't put into words how much this helps me. It really does. It really does. I'm catching up on the bills. I'm doing what I have to do to clear my mind, and I just want to bring the best content to you guys. So stop talking. Let's go ahead and get started. Let me share this screen for you guys. There we go. My man, Nestor. Okay, if you're curious as to what I have on the screen here, I'm running C Matrix. It is as you can tell, it's something that is meant to replicate the falling code from the matrix. And thank you, Nestor. And it is Brain Tumor says he hit me on Signal. I'll have to check my Signal, man. I did not see that. I did not see that, but I will check that after the stream, man, for sure. So if you're interested in this, this is called C Matrix. If I do a what is on C Matrix, it simulates the display from the matrix. That's sudo apt install C Matrix. And if you run it, that's what it looks like default. But you can change the colors by doing -C and then just specifying colors. There's like 5 or 6 different colors that you can specify. Pretty cool, man. So go check that out. Always like to bring you guys cool commands as well. All right, so I have a USB stick. I have a USB stick in my hands, and I'm going to plug it into my system. Before I do that, though, make this a little bigger. There we go. Before I plug it in, I'm going to be running a command. It is called dmesg. We're going to be recovering data, but we're also going to be poking around at this thing and doing some information gathering and some forensics of it. Nestor says, are you running Metacat? I am not sure what Metacat is. What is Metacat? If you're talking about my shell, I'm running the fish shell with Terminator for my terminal emulator, which allows me to split the screen using key bindings very quickly and very easily. And I'm running the fish shell, which allows me to change themes and prompts, all sorts of interesting things. I love my fish shell. So so before I plug this USB stick in, I'm going to run a command. It is the awesome dmesg command used to print or control the ring buffer. I do need sudo privileges for this. So let me go ahead and get my sudo situation tightened up. Oh, guess what else too? This stream right now, this stream is being played on YouTube, obviously, but this is my first ever stream that is also simultaneously being streamed over Kick. I created an account on Kick. I'm also going to create one on Twitch so I can simultaneously stream. So this is actually streaming on Kick right now. First ever stream on Kick. So so we're going to run sudo dmesg with a -w, and that's going to hold the command open, and it'll continue to print information to the screen as new information comes in. And we're about to get some new information because I'm plugging this into my system. And when I plug it in, you're going to see that some information immediately pops up on screen. This is just a great way. I'm going to make it big, but we're going to get some lines going down to the. We're going to get output going down into the next line. Looks a little sloppy. What's up, Brandon? Love the emojis, man. So dmesg is an absolutely amazing command to get information on different things on your system, even when you plug something in. So you can see that when we plugged it in, immediately some stuff pops up, and it's recognizing it as a SCSI device. We get some information back, general UDisk, an attached SCSI device, 512 byte logical blocks, etc. and so forth. Write protect is off. And what is probably most important to me is that we see that it is being recognized as SDB. And that is very, very important, especially if you have multiple USB sticks plugged in or multiple drives plugged into your system. You know, it's extremely important that you know which one is which. So this is referred to as a USB mass storage device. Some of this output up here also applies to this device as well. So SDB is where it resides. I'm going to do a Control-C, and that's important to know. So what that essentially means is that since everything on Linux is a file, that is a file in the file system that's going to be located at /dev/SDB, and there it is. And we also have a partition at SDB1, and you can see that that is showing up as well. Now, because my system is configured, to not auto mount things, and so this USB stick did not get auto mounted, and I prefer it that way. So if I run the lsblk command, let me back up a minute. If I do a what is, make that a little bigger. If I do a what is on lsblk, this is used to list block devices. When I run lsblk, We know that it's sitting on SDB. So here it is right here, SDB, and we immediately see we have one partition on this USB stick that is SDB1. And we're getting a first glimpse at the possible size of this USB stick. So thank you guys. Nestor just dropped another, just sent over another super. I almost missed that. Thank you, Nestor. So essentially, we just hit three of our goal of 5 supers. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that so much. You know, you have no idea. It's a big deal. All right, so even though we don't have this thing mounted, we can still get a ton of information on it. We don't need to have it mounted to get information on it. In fact, you know, sometimes it's better to not have it mounted while you extract information from it. And there's a bunch of different commands that we can run to kind of just poke at this thing. I'm showing you a couple of them. Another one is called disktype. It's a disk format detector, and you can run apt info on that as well. It'll give you back some more information on that. It's used to detect the content format of a disk or disk image. It knows about file systems, partition tables, boot codes. And there's a ton of different commands that you can run. Any commands that you guys can think of, drop them in the chat if you guys think of any that are worth mentioning. RJP says, if the file was not overwritten and simply deleted, I have found luck with the tool TestDisk. Yeah, we're definitely going to be looking at TestDisk 100%. We are going to be using TestDisk 100%. So you can run sudo disktype on that path, and that'll give you some information back. Just showing you guys some basic commands that you can use to get information on drives, USB sticks, etc., and so forth that are attached to your system. Disktype is one of them. You also have the very well-known fdisk. You can run that with -L, and if we do that, we'll get back some information. You can run that on the partition as well, and when we run it on the partition, we start to get back very specific information. Another one that you can run is gdisk. You can run sudo gdisk-L on that path, and we also get a bunch of information back. We get a disk identifier or a GUID. This could be very useful when you are actually doing like forensic work on removable storage. So I showed you guys a couple different commands. One more that I'm going to show you that's worth mentioning is lsblk. If I do a what is on that, this is used to list SCSI devices or hosts. Let me run that again and one more time because some of it got taken off the screen. It can also be used to list NVMe devices. If you're dealing with NVMe, there's a really good command. Gosh, what is the name of that command? If you're dealing with NVMe, NVMe CLI. That's a great little tool set to use if you're dealing with NVMe drives or NVMe or SSD drives, and you want to wipe those safely. Another thing we're going to look at in this video is how you can do what is called a forensic wipe. How you can perform a forensic wipe of something like a USB stick. There is such a thing. It's called a forensic wipe. I'm going to show you how to do that and then how to verify that it really has been wiped. I'm going to show you not just how to recover data, but also more importantly, how to truly delete or wipe something so that there is no data on it. You will never find data, and I'm going to show you how to do that and verify that. Nestor says, I'll hold off on the last 2 super chats as I want you to continue with the forensics laugh. Yeah, I know you basically almost just took care of it, man. what do we got here? 1, 2, 3. I think, what are we, 3 in on 5? Am I seeing that correctly? Are we 3? We're 3 in on 5. We need 2 more. Nice, man. I appreciate you. Okay, so pulled up my my reference here so that I don't forget to talk about anything here. So if you're approaching this from a forensic standpoint, something, since we're on the topic of forensics, something that you're definitely going to want to do or get in the habit of doing is hashing the media before you poke at it, before you take an image of it, copy it, etc., split it, etc., and so forth. It's always a good idea to hash it. And we have a bunch of commands on our Linux system. Any Linux system is going to come with these commands, these command line utilities pre-installed, and they all start with, most of them start with SHA. So you have a ton of different hashing utilities: SHA-1, SHA-3. We have SHA-224 some, 256 some, SHA-512 some. We also have the very well-known MD5 some as well, and these can be used to hash media. So we can actually use something like MD5 some, and we can get a hash of the USB stick, the removable storage, which is sitting on /dev SDB, and this is a basic hashing utility. If we get into ones like SHA-256 or SHA-512, those are going to take significantly longer to hash the removable media, because those hashes are so long and it has to go through the entire contents of the drive. So I'm going to let that run for a minute. I'm going to split the screen. Somebody already made reference to one of the tools that we're going to be looking at. And there's a gnat that just will not get out of my face. Somebody already made reference to a tool set that we're going to be taking a look at. All right, so the hash has completed. Here is a MD5 hash of the removable storage, and this could be useful, especially for forensics. So I'm going to create a directory. We're going to be working inside of this directory. I always like to start with a clean directory with nothing in it. So I'm going to call this directory USB. I'm going to CD inside of that directory. And while I have this hash, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to grab that hash and just save it in case I need it for later on in the video. I'm going to save it to a file called hash.txt and remind myself that this was an MD5 hash. And there we go. And we could obviously do the same with additional hashing utilities such as SHA-256 sum, SHA-256 sum, and run that on dev SDB, and I can redirect that output to my file hash.txt, or in other words, redirect that hash, and we're going to let that run. Actually, by only using one redirector operator, I just overwrote the entire file. That was dumb. Don't do that. I should have used 2 redirector operators. That's my fault. What's up, Mir808? Mir808 says he got his computer today. Now waiting for the mesh kit for it. Man, you got your computer, bro? I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you, man. That's my favorite, man. That's my favorite out of all the gadgets. That is my favorite. A quick side note. What I just did right there is actually what you don't want to do, because I used one redirector operator and therefore it overwrote the file. When you want to append to it and not just overwrite it, you're supposed to use 2 redirector operators. I was supposed to do that right there. This dang gnat, get out of my face. So that was my mistake. Don't follow my directions on that. I should have done it like this: MD5 sum with 2 redirector operators, not 1. But you live and you learn. Okay. Wild Charge, what's up? We got Wild Charge, and now I know who Wild Charge actually is. I didn't know who you were at first, bro. I'm glad that you're here, man. Okay, so all right, so we're going to be making use of an incredible tool. It has a set of tools that you can use with it in the terminal. We can do this from the command line, which makes it even more fun to mess around with. But before we do that, let's first and foremost, let's take a look at the USB stick and see what is actually on it, right? Gnats or crickets. I know, ain't it? It's always something, man. And that's the truth. It literally is always something. It really is. It's ants, crickets, gnats. I tracked down the cricket. You know, I took care of the cricket. Now today it's gnats. Can't even make it up. This is real, man. All right, so let's take a look and see, you know, first and foremost, that there is data on this USB stick. I mounted it, and something that you probably should do if you're not familiar with what you're plugging into your system, you know, you can scan the USB stick using something like ClamScan. So we might take a look at that, because that's probably a safer approach, is to actually scan the USB stick and make sure that there's nothing malicious on it. So, but in any event, let's go ahead and take a look at the contents of this USB stick. So this USB stick actually came with the triple monitor setup that I have behind me, the QQH Z80A as it is installed, or as it is called, and it's super cool. So it came with this USB stick that has the drivers on it, and that's what we have right here inside of my file manager. So it came with drivers for Linux, Mac OS, Windows, and as well as Android. So we have this is what the USB stick looks like when we look at it inside of our file manager, and we can go into some of these directories and get a high level overview of what it looks like. So just basically, it consists of, for the most part, it consists of drivers for different systems. Very straightforward. So that's what the USB stick looks like. Echo Fresh Forensics, baby. I love it, man. Let's do that real quick. Why not? Let's do a little Echo Fresh Forensics. Okay. So there is this utility called ClamScan, and if we do a what is, let's see, we have ClamAV, and we also have ClamScan. Do any of those pop up? Yes, they do. So if we do a what is on ClamScan, this is used to scan files and directories for viruses. You probably do not have this installed on your system. So if you're interested in installing it, it's a good thing to have anyway. You can run sudo apt update ampersand sudo apt install ClamAV. And why in the hell do I have that on here? How the hell did that get on here? I have no idea where the hell that came from and why I have why the hell do I have that on here? That is crazy. Oh, I know why, because I was fiddling around with the fat rat. That's why. Wow, that threw me off, man. I was fiddling around with the fat rat the other day. That's, yeah, sorry, 1 second. Let me get rid of that. That should not be there. I got to get rid of that. That should not be there. That's messing things up for my system. Sorry, 1 second, guys. I don't want that there. Okay. All right, I'll take a look at that later. Okay, so we did an update and we installed ClamAV. If you're on something like Fedora, then you can also install this using your package manager. You can use DNF. If you're on Arch or something, you can obviously use Pacman. I'm going to run ClamScan with -- version, and we get the current version back in the terminal. Now, to use ClamScan, it depends on virus definitions. So the first thing that you're going to want to do is actually update ClamAV's database and get your virus definitions. To do that, we're going to run the command sudo fresh clam. I'm getting an error for some reason. You need one for your daughter. My daughter's shirt says "Cool Dads Run Linux." I know that's right. All right, so I'm going to run the lsblk command, and I want to, now that I've mounted the USB stick, I want to see where in my file system it has been mounted. We know that it's sitting on SDB, and it had a partition on SDB1. And now that it has been mounted to the file system, this is where it actually is residing in my file system. /run/media fresh, followed by this alphanumeric label. So now that I know where it is located, the path location, I'm going to use ClamScan, and I'm going to perform a basic scan of the USB stick. So I'm going to run ClamScan, followed by -R for recursion, and I'm going to do a -I. A -I will display any infected files. So if we get nothing back, we know that it's good. Now, if you do not include -I, then it's basically going to print to the screen every single file, everything that it scans. So maybe you want to see that. So perhaps you might want to do it that way first, and then come back and do -I to see only those files that are infected. But I'm going to provide it with the path to where the USB stick is sitting in my file system, and it is performing a scan. There's not a lot on this USB stick. It's pretty small, so that should actually be pretty quick. So we can see that we're getting a bunch of messages back in the output on the screen. So it's literally going to print to the screen unless you provide it with a different option to not do this. It's going to print the name of every single file that it finds. It's going to print all of this information to the screen. You're going to get directories and files. And over on the right-hand side, you see that it says OK. So that's letting you know that it is OK. Each entry, each file is that it prints to the screen. It is OK, and there is nothing that you need to be worried about. Nothing malicious. So we're going to let that continue to run. I'm going to split the screen while that continues to run. And while we're waiting for that to run, when it does finish, we should get a nice little summary of the results printed to the screen. And since we're doing this, what would actually be useful is outside of the scope of what we're doing, but I do have a couple of things sitting on the system that are classified as malicious, so I can show you what that looks like. I can send something over to the USB stick that is 100% malicious, and then we can rerun a scan, and you'll see that it will actually detect it. But in any event, Brain Tumor said, I need one for my daughter, one of the t-shirts. Nice. Brandon S says goal. Oh man, yeah, we just hit the goal, ladies and gentlemen. I missed that, man. I missed that. I'm looking at the wrong screen. I got too many screens up in here. I'm looking at one screen, not seeing that we already hit the goal, ladies and gentlemen. That is freaking amazing, man. That was quick. I was not expecting that. Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much for that. So since we hit the goal, we're going to have to stop real quick. Where we at? 45 minutes. I got to show you guys something. I got something really cool to show you. Let me finish these comments. What's up, Brett Johns? Thank you for being here, man. Old clam scan. Yes, sir. Did I do an lsblk? Yeah, absolutely. Always start with lsblk. I did lsblk so that I could determine where it is mounted, in my file system. That's how I was able to determine the path. I probably should have ran that with sudo privileges, in all honesty, but that's okay. That's okay. We'll be okay. BLK, yeah, BLKID is also useful. Yeah, you are right. There's a bunch of commands that we could run, and I like running all of them. It's fun. This is what I like doing in the terminal. So he said run BLKID. BLKID is used to locate or print block device attributes. What do we got here? I like BLKID for searching UUIDs for FS tab. Absolutely. Absolutely. There's a ton of different commands that we could use. Hey, if we wanted to, we could even run, we could do a hex dump, do a hex dump of the damn thing and see what it's looking like. Use sudo privileges, obviously. Do a hex dump. So there is we could just do a hex dump of the thing, make it look like it's Christmas up in here, right? See what is really going on this bad boy. Or thank you, Drew E Dev. Thank you, brother. Haven't seen you in a while. Drew E Dev. Actually, Drew E Dev was the winner of one of my Sacred Labs flip mod boards. Drew E Dev was the winner. So big shout out to Drew E Dev. I want to start doing more giveaways, especially since I've been getting blessed. I want to start doing more, but there's a company called Sacred Labs, and they make these really cool things called flipped mod boards, and Drew E Dev was the winner of one of those. So I got to show you guys something. I got to show you guys my little treat for the day since we hit our goal, and I'm going to do that in 1 second, but I do see that the command completed. So let's just finish that real quick. So as you can see, the scan did complete. ClamScan is a great utility. I mean, it's the go-to free and open source virus detection utility for Linux systems that you can use from the command line. And they do have a GUI version that you can use too, which is actually pretty cool. In fact, I think it's called ClamTK, if I remember correctly. It is literally a GUI version of ClamAV. Super cool. So you can actually run ClamTK, and it opens up a GUI version virus scanner. Super cool. Love that. Well, not really. I prefer to do everything from the command line. But be back soon. Got to talk to a customer about a laptop. Okay, man. We'll see you. We'll see you in a little bit, Brett Johns. All right. So you can see that the scan it finished. Okay, and you get a summary. You get a scan summary. Currently, as of the recording of this video, it is leveraging a database of what? What is this? 306. No, that's 3,628,027 known viruses in the database, that in the definition database that it is leveraging. And it scanned 14 directories on the USB stick, a total of 14 directories and 13 files, and it found 0 infected files. So that's obviously a good thing. That was probably the first thing you should do before poking around at something that you're plugging into your system, right? Just go ahead and scan it for any viruses. We have the total time that it took to complete, the start date, the end date. Pretty cool stuff, man, for those that like to get geeked out in the terminal. Really, really cool. And another thing I didn't think of that we could have done, we already kind of have the answer to that, but we could have just ran the tree command. We could have ran the tree command on that, and that would have also told us that we have 14 directories and 13 files, and it would have given us a nice little layout of that nice little tree-like structure. Drops random USB drive in park. Oh yeah, I love dropping random USB sticks in parking lots. Literally, I do that. I love doing that, especially putting labels on them. Hey man, we got some blur. There we go. I love doing that, putting labels on them that say Kali Linux, and dropping them in parking lots. Wild Charge says to do ls dash capital R for recursion. Another great way to do that. We could also get fancy with lsd would be another one. LSD. There's a bunch of different commands that we could use, right? LSD-tree. We get our cool little icons, our emojis. Very, very cool. Very nice. Okay, let's stop for a minute. I'm gonna make this screen bigger, because we hit our goal, and we hit the goal pretty damn quick, guys. So I have something I want to show you. I'm incredibly excited about this. Before I show it to you, though, I hate when I mispronounce words. So I'm going to look up the pronunciation of this word so that I don't butcher it. So let me look this up so I can pronounce it correctly when I show you guys what I received today. Ooh, I'm excited. Just need to know how to pronounce this the proper way. Best guess is Pingue. That would be Pingueca. Man, that's a tough one. That, you know what, ChatGPT was absolutely no help with that. So I am honestly, I'm not sure how to pronounce this. It has to be of Spanish origin or Portuguese. So Pingueca. I don't know. I know I'm about to butcher this, but anyway, let's go. Drew says, I'm still a member of the channel, but it was transferred. This account. I just wanted to make sure you didn't think I canceled. It's me, so don't kick me out. Nah, bro, I'm not. I would never kick you out of the Discord, bro. All right, I don't fully know how to pronounce this. I'm not gonna lie to you, but check out what I received today. So we got two things that came in the mail today. I've been waiting to receive this care package from this awesome company that you see on the front. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. My best guess is Pingekwa. That's all I got. I have to look that up. But in any event, yeah, we got these two things in the mail today. Watch this. Wait till you see this. So we're gonna do the smaller one first. Came from this company, and I'll show you the website in a second. So the first one, this retails for like $35. Comes with the board, comes with 2 antennas and a 3D printed case. So we have two antennas, one smaller than the other, clearly for 433 megahertz, or for something with the CC1101. Got 2 antennas. They included a 3D printed case, which seems like it's a pretty well done 3D case, semi-transparent 3D case. It even has spots for screws, so you can actually screw it shut after it's done. So that brings us to the main portion, which is the board itself. This is what the board looks like. Kwa, you said Kwa. Okay, so that would be Pingekwa. Am I saying that right? Pingekwa? Kwa? The N would be Kwa. So it's got to be Pingekwa or Pingkwa. Pingkwa. Something like that. This is the board. This bad little guy right here is the board. We got (915 megahertz) on one side and 2.4 on the other. So this bad boy goes to, it has a case on it. I'm not gonna use the case. It does have a 3D printed case, but this bad boy goes on top of the computer. I'm gonna get rid of that. This was sent to me for free. This was sent over to me for free with the goal of me creating content that would then in turn, bring more people to their website. But I reached out to them. They didn't reach out to me. Rarely do I do that. Very rarely do I actually reach out to companies. I just let them reach out to me. My camera needs some Adderall. It has to focus. Yeah, it's probably something with the lighting. I see it auto-focusing. But very, very rarely do I reach out to companies. I let them reach out to me. And I'm sorry, very rarely do I reach out to them. But this company, I reached out to them because I wanted one of these pretty bad. So I haven't actually used it yet. I literally just unboxed it for the first time. But that thing just looks absolutely beautiful. So this is for the computer, and you're supposed to use it with the Bruce firmware. Yeah, it has 433 and 915 Brandon, and the main image that they are suggesting that you use this with is the Bruce firmware image. It's referred to as the Hydra RF module, and it looks pretty damn cool. So I haven't used it yet, but we're going to definitely check that out. So that's one thing I got today. The other thing that I got is this box, and inside of this one we have a nice little antenna. Inside of this one is this bad boy right here, which goes to the Flipper Zero. This is referred to as the Scout Lite for Wi-Fi, GPS, and logging. It's referred to as a wireless research platform. If any of you have ever used this, let me know if you have, and if you have, what you think of it. So this goes to the Flipper Zero, so I have to take my Flip Mods board off to actually attach that. My desk is starting to get very cluttered with all this stuff. I got a lot of stuff. That's what it looks like. Pretty freaking cool, man. I mean, it looks cool. I don't know how well it performs, but haven't gotten that far yet. So these came in the mail today. Very, very excited to see how they actually perform. So we got one for the Flipper, one for the computer, man. Nice. If you're interested in taking a look at looking forward to Pork Chop and Bruce, yeah, absolutely. That's the main thing that they're suggesting you use these with is with the Bruce firmware. So if you're interested in learning more about these, what they are and what they do, they're very reasonably priced. They're in the like $35-$40 range. If you're interested in those, head over to this web page. That's QUA. I'll drop that in the chat for you guys. Oh. Drop the URL. There we go. My goodness. All right, that's the website. My contacts are blurring up on me. I'm pasting the URL into the chat, man. They got a bunch of stuff, not just those two that I showed you. They have a bunch of very cool hats for both the Flipper Zero as well as the computer. Very cool. So yeah, that's that, guys. Both of them came for free. I didn't pay for them. You know how it works. So there'll be some content dropping on those very soon. My camera needs some Adderall. I think I need some Adderall. All right, there we go. All right, back to the demo. Video coming soon on those hats that you just saw. All right. Thank you guys, man, for supporting my channel, for supporting me. It means the world to me. All right, so we're poking around with this USB stick, and we're using a bunch of different tools that could be classified as forensic tools. So there is this meta package that's worth mentioning. There is this meta package that you can install if you're using a system that uses APT. If I run APT search on forensics, there's going to be a bunch of stuff. We're talking about things like, you know, DC3 DD, which is like an enhanced version of DD for image acquisition, DCF LDD, disktype. All of these tools are classified as forensic tools. So if you want to install a ton of forensic tools at once, there is a meta package there's a meta package for Debian-based systems called forensics-all, and you can also install forensics-all-GUI, which will give you all of the GUI components as well. You do have a meta package called forensics extra too, and you have one called forensics full. So those are all meta packages, and that is a great way to just install a bunch of tools at once, some of which we are using in this video. But the main tool for recovery of data that we're going to be taking a look at is something called PhotoRec. And if I run, I know it comes up under TestDisk, but I'm going to see if it comes up under PhotoRec or not. If I type PhotoRec, does it come up? Yeah. So whether you type PhotoRec or TestDisk, it's going to bring you to this same command line tool. TestDisk is a partition, scanner, and disk recovery tool, and PhotoRec file recovery tool. So this is a very powerful tool we can use to recover data, and that's what it was originally designed for, was data recovery. But it's now used for forensics in general because it's such a powerful tool. It is regarded as a forensics tool. So we're getting ready to install that. To do that, you're just going to run the command sudo apt install TestDisk. Oh Lord. I can't type my password today, I guess. There we go. My goodness. All right, we're installing a command line tool set called TestDisk. Now we're going to use this for recovering deleted files. As you're going to see shortly, this thing works, and it works very well. But in order to use this, we're going to have to delete some stuff to see if we can actually recover it. So that's why we're running these commands. If you're wondering why is he running all of these commands on this USB stick, right? Because we are trying to get an understanding of the contents of it. We even went as far as to take a hash so that we can compare hashes later on if need be. We're running the tree command, and we see that there are 14 directories and 13 files, and we have the name of all those. Now we can actually, and this could be very useful as you're going to see later on, because the name, you're going to end up seeing that though we recover data, some of the names are going to be changed. We're going to lose the names. So you can actually you can hash all of these files separately, and that could also be very useful, especially if you're approaching this from a forensic standpoint. So we're going to go ahead and do that. We're going to get some basic hashes. We're going to do some basic hashing of all of the files inside of all of the files on this USB stick. We're going to keep it simple, and we're going to use MD5. Just going to keep it simple. So we're going to take MD5 hashes of every single file that is on this USB stick, right? In fact, you know what? There's a better way that we can do this. I'm going to use the find command. I'm going to run this with sudo privileges, and I'm going to run the find command. I'm going to provide it with the path to that directory, which contains the file system for the USB stick. I'm going to do -type, and the type is going to be F for file, and then we're going to do a dash exec. And essentially what this is going to do is this is going to execute a command on each file that it finds. That's why we're running dash exec. So we're looking for the type is file. We're looking for files. And on each file, it's going to execute a command on each file that it finds. The command we're going to execute is going to be md5 sum. So the effect of this is literally going to be to hash every single file that it finds on the file system for this USB stick. And finally, I'm going to do a plus. And when we do this, you see that we get a bunch of hashes. So we literally hashed every single file that it found, and it printed those hashes to the screen. This is basic forensics. This is what you would do, is you would get hashes of everything. So we're going to rerun that command, and this time we are going to redirect it to a file called hashes.txt. So now we've hashed every file and we've saved them to a file called hashes.txt. And that's going to become important a little bit later in the video. You'll see why. All right, so we have done some basic poking around at the USB stick, and it's always useful to save the output of these commands to files to have that information, especially if you're going to delete this stuff. So I'm going to rerun that tree command. I'm going to redirect that to a file called tree.txt. I just want to have some basic information of the contents of the USB stick. All right, so after we have done that, we've poked around at the contents of the USB stick, and we took some hashes, etc., and so forth. We are now ready to move on to the cool part. The cool part of this, which is we're going to do some deletion. We're going to delete some stuff on this USB stick. So let's just remember this, though. Let's have a tally in our heads right now. Let's have a tally. So if we cat out the enumeration specialist, I like that. So if we cat out the contents of tree.txt, remember this. We had 14 directories. We had a total of 13 files. 13 files, okay? Remember that. We had 13 files. Another thing that we could do that also might be useful is to actually run the file command. Run the file command on each one of I would probably actually rerun that command would be the best way to do it. And instead of running md5 sum, replace that with file. And oh crap, I just saved that to hashes.txt. Whoops, let me do that again. Sorry, md5 sum. There we go. All right. If I run the file command on all of these files, that can be very useful too, because that will actually tell us the file type, right? That could be very useful. So we can see that we have executables, we have data. We're able to differentiate what each file is from the next. So that could be something that is also useful for you, something that you may want to also save to a file to look at later. So I'm going to redirect that to a file. I'm going to literally call it file.txt because it contains the output from running the file command. All right, so I've done enough poking around. I've gathered enough basic information on the contents of the USB stick, from the data types to taking hashes, getting the names of the files, hashes of the files, etc., and so forth. Very cool. We've done more than enough enumeration. So now let's delete some stuff. Let's delete some stuff. So if I open the USB stick back up, how would somebody normally delete? How would they normally go about deleting something? Most people would probably, right click and say, move to trash. That's how they delete things. We know that that's not going to work. We know that that's not good. That's not good enough, but that is what some people do. So, they move stuff to trash and they say that it was deleted. And then other people realize that that's not enough, right? That you can't just move something to the trash and think that it's gone forever. It doesn't work like that. So since we do things from the command line, we can use the remove command. If I do a what is on RM, it's used to remove files or directories. So I'm going to cd inside of that directory for the file system of the USB stick. And let's use the remove command. I'm going to remove the entire Linux directory by running rm-rf. I'm going to remove the entire directory and its contents. So it's now gone. I'm going to remove this, whatever that is. Let's remove it. Let's remove the entire Windows directory and everything in it. And let's also remove everything with Mac OS. And yeah, dangerous, very dangerous command if you use it wrong. If I were to run rm-rf with an asterisk, if I were to run this command, this would potentially destroy my system. To potentially destroy my system right now if I ran this command. So I'm not going to actually run that command. But we are legitimately deleting things. You're still getting flashbacks. We are legitimately deleting things on this USB stick. So I used the remove command. If I open the USB stick back up, you can see that it's showing that the only thing we have left is this system volume information. Let's go ahead and let's right click on that and move to trash. So it says folder is empty, guys, right? Now, some of you out there, that you already know that this is not the end of the story. This is not the end of the story at all. But by all appearances, it looks like there's nothing left. It says that the folder is empty. It's empty, right? We're inside of the current directory where the file system is stored on this USB stick. And if we run ls, we still see a directory. So that's interesting because when we open it up, it was gone. Now something has already reappeared. Okay, that don't make sense. Well, let's just do this then. We're going to run rm-rf again, and let's remove it that way. Remove -rf. And gone. So if we run the ls command, there's nothing here. Nothing here. Well, let's run the ls-la command. -la. A is to show hidden files. And we immediately see that, okay, there's more to this story. There's more to this story. On Linux, you can run ls-la, A to show hidden, to show any hidden files or directories, right? And by doing that, we have actually found out that there is something here that most people skip, most people don't see, and that is that there's actually a trash bin inside of this USB stick. And you never see that. People don't see it on Windows. They don't see it on Linux when they open it up inside of their GUI, inside of their file manager. It says that it's empty. They don't see that, but we know because we use commands. We know that you can run this command and you can find things that are supposed to be hidden. So, okay, so it's not actually gone. There's still something here, right? So if we run ls-la on this dot directory that was hidden to us, we see that there's files and info. What's up, Twilight Tommy? What's up, bro? Freaking construction, man. I don't miss that. I don't miss that, man. We're finding deleted files. All right, so come to find out, when you move something to trash, you're not deleting it. This is, you know, some of you are like, all right, this guy, this is bogus. That he's calling this forensics. Just trust me. Just wait. For those of you that don't know this, I'm pointing this out. There is a trash bin inside of your USB sticks, and when you send something to the trash, you're actually just sending it to this directory on your USB stick or SD card. It's not really gone. So if we cd inside of that and run the tree command, here is most of what I thought we got rid of. Here it is. It's not gone. It's sitting in this hidden directory. All right, well, then let's just do this then. Let's do this. Let's run rm-rf on the trash bin directory and see what happens. Okay, let's run ls-la, and there we go. So it appears that we actually did delete everything. Everything's gone. We're not pulling up anything, not even using LA to show us hidden directories. So there now appears to actually be nothing left, nothing here. And this is where most people would stop and say, that data is gone. That data is gone. There's nothing left. For most people, that is true. I'm gonna run df-h with a dot, see what we have. We even get back, interestingly enough, that 0% is in use. It's suggesting that there's nothing here. 0%, nothing here. So we installed a tool called TestDisk. Okay, if we run apt info on TestDisk, we're going to get back some information. TestDisk is a partition scanner as well as a disk recovery tool, a file recovery tool. It checks the partition and boot sectors of your disks. It's very useful in forensics and for recovering lost partitions. And it gives you a list of all of the different types of file systems that it works with. FAT12, FAT16, FAT32. It works with NTFS for Windows, Linux, EXT, EXT2, EXT3, ClamFS, Linux RAID, Linux Swap, etc. and so forth. It is a data recovery software designed to recover lost pictures from digital cameras and even hard disks. And the list goes on of its many potential uses. So we're going to pull up the help options for PhotoRec, and PhotoRec is a part of TestDisk. So PhotoRec is the part of this that you actually use from the command line. What's up, Wild Charge? Gifted Fresh Forensics, Douglas Havian membership. What? That's cool, bro. That looks super cool. Appreciate that, man. Gifted 1 Fresh Forensics by Douglas Havian membership. Am I understanding that correctly? Does that mean you? What does that mean? Does it mean you gifted a channel membership to somebody? What does that mean exactly? Whatever that's super cool, man. All right, so as I said, PhotoRec is the command line portion of TestDisk. So we can run PhotoRec with --help, and it will pull up a very basic set of help options. It's very basic, Very basic set of help options, makes it easier to run, but by no means does this mean that this is a weak tool. This is actually a very, very powerful tool. And RJP says he uses TestDisk directly to scan for and undelete the files and write the changes. All right, so if you remember from, we ran various commands like the tree command, right? And I just want to remind you guys that when we ran that tree command, it told us that we had a total of 13 files. And currently, according to df, the df command, we have 0% in use. So according to our commands, all of those 13 files are freaking gone. They're gone. And I don't know if we're going to be able to recover them, quite frankly. But let's find out. There's only one way to find out. So if we pull up the help options for PhotoRec, we can see what the usage entails. So we can create and keep a log, which would be helpful for going back and looking at the output. And we can also keep a running debug log, but the main thing is to use /d, which is going to function as the directory where everything is going to be recuperated, or essentially everything that it finds, hopefully it finds that something, everything is going to be sent to that directory, right? So we're going to run the PhotoRec command, and I'm going to cd back into my USB directory that we created earlier. And I'm actually going to I can't remember if I have to create a directory or not. Let's just see what happens. So this is what we're going to do. I'm inside of my USB directory, and we're going to run sudo followed by PhotoRec. Yeah, let me just create a directory. I'm going to create a directory using make directory, and I'm going to call that directory output, okay? And I'm going to run sudo. Where did I get my skills? YouTube. We're going to run sudo trial and error. We're going to run sudo PhotoRec, and I'm going to provide it with 14 directories and 13 files. So let's see if it's able to find any. I'll be happy if it finds any, quite frankly, because I think they're gone. I'm going to provide it with the output directory. This is where I want everything that it finds to be stored. It's actually been a while since I used this tool, to be honest with you. So I can't remember if I have to, do I have to give it /dev/SDB, if I have to do it by, or if I have to give it the path to the file system. Oh, there we go. Okay. Slight mistake in the syntax. This is why you always try it before you do demos, ladies and gentlemen. You do not create a directory. All right. Let me show you this one more time. All right. So this is the syntax. As you can tell, I did not test this out beforehand. I'm just winging it. It's been a very hectic past few days, y'all. All right. So I'm going to run sudo, but I have confidence though. So I'm going to run sudo PhotoRec. And I'm providing it with the path to the device node. Okay, so I'm not giving it the location in the file system. I'm actually providing it with the path to the node, which is a little different. I'm giving it dev SDB, right? Because the actual file system location, if you remember from us running lsblk, the location in the file system is right here. So I want to make that clarification. I'm giving it the path to the node, right? And when I do that, that's all I'm providing it with is the path to the node, just like that, okay? And I'm going to hit enter, and it brings me to this ncurses based menu. It's like, this is like a in the middle of command line and GUI, you know, it's like a TUI essentially. And I have to select a media, and you see that it has immediately recognized exactly what I'm looking for. You can see it's highlighted it. So that's a good sign that it has found the portion that we're looking to attempt to recover. So I'm going to choose proceed, and it has immediately identified something very important. It's identified the partition structure, as well as the fact that it's using FAT16. So that's a great sign that we're going to be able to recover data from this, because if you know anything about forensics or data recovery, even though we can't see anything on the level that we're looking at, there's other levels lower down that we're not able to actually see by running our commands. And those levels are, though we don't see them, they exist. The partition structure is still there. So we're still going to be able to recover data. So it has identified that it is using FAT16, which is great. And down at the bottom, you can see I can alternate between different options, right? So we're going to do a search. And when we hit search, this is actually going to start the file recovery. So let's go ahead and do that. So to recover lost files, PhotoRec needs to know the file system type where the files were stored. And since we are using a Linux system, we're not using Windows, so we're not using NTFS. I'm using a Linux system, so chances are, even if I don't know, even if I'm not sure, chances are that it's going to be ext2, 3, or 4, because I'm using Linux. I mean, that's your best guess. It's definitely not going to be NTFS. So I'm going to choose this one right here, and I'm going to hit enter. And it says, please choose if all space needs to be analyzed. We can choose between free or whole, and I'm going to choose whole so that I can analyze more space, as much space as possible. Free is not going to analyze everything. We want to analyze everything. So I'm going to choose whole and hit enter. And lastly, it says, please select a destination to save the recovered files to. Do not choose to write the files to the same part. This is very important. Do not choose to write the files to the same partition where they were stored on. So in other words, wherever you're sending this output to, it cannot be on the same USB stick that we're looking at. It has to be a different location. So I created a directory on my host machine for this. Cannot use the actual USB stick itself, because it's looking at the USB stick. So I created a directory called output, and that is the directory that I'm going to use. So it says use the arrow keys to select the directory, and once you have found the correct destination, you're going to use C, okay? And we're getting that from right here. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to hit C, and I'm about to cross my fingers right now because I'm worried about this. I'm actually very worried. All right, so it is now starting the scan, and we can actually see in real time what is happening. You are able to basically immediately see it's only performed one pass, right? It's on pass 1, and it's already suggesting that it's found files. In fact, this is the interesting thing, guys. It's saying that it found 42 files. So right here, it's saying 41 recovered. Now, that's actually really interesting because, guys, how many files were on this USB stick? Like 13? So this is actually very weird. I was not expecting this. This is a curveball. This is a curveball because this USB stick came with these monitors right behind me, brand new in the box a couple weeks ago. I did a whole video on it. So what that implies is that the company that this USB stick came with, or the company that this USB stick came from, that there's additional files on it. Where the hell did those files come from? I didn't put them there. So that's actually really interesting. This might send us down a whole separate rabbit hole here. I wasn't expecting this. And I'm not making this up. This isn't like for views or something. Like, I was not expecting that. Twilight Tommy says spyware. I don't know what to expect now. I was not expecting that. I was hoping to recover 12 out of the 13 files. We ended up with 41. Where the hell did that come from? I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to think if I used this USB stick for anything temporarily to shift files around, and I don't think I did. So I'm kind of perplexed as to where that came from. In any event, as you guys can see, real time, that happened very quickly. It took less than a minute. Less than a minute, guys. So let me read some of these comments. Max says impressive results. Brain Tumor says he used it with we used PhotoRec with Windows. I actually did not know the Linux CLI version. Yeah, super cool, man. Shroom Top says I already know a decent amount, but these should help me give ChatGPT even better instructions across my machine. And I'll probably train Needle to be my local sysadmin. Super cool. Max says impressive results. Twilight Tommy says we just found spyware. Very powerful message. Says that is the test. JP says RJP says that was my experience with carvers like PhotoRec. I find a lot of false positives. So that's why I made sure to actually get a list of the files before we deleted them. Using Tree, we got a list of the files, the file names. I even took a hash of every file because the names are going to be changed. That's one thing about this tool. The names are not going to survive, but the hashes will allow us to figure out what is what. So that's why I hashed it. That was the whole point of that. And RJP says, you are right. I meant SDB, not SDB1. It's all good. It's all good. I make mistakes. You see, I made a couple mistakes. All right, so we're going to hit enter for quit. And at this point, we could call it quits on the tool. I don't think that we need to go any further, though we could attempt additional passes. There are additional things that we could do. In fact, we could look at the options here, but let's not do that. Let's hit quit and quit. And there we go. So I am very curious to see what we have here. So if we run ls, we have quite a few different things that exist now. So file.txt, hash.txt, and hashes.txt I created beforehand. I also created tree.txt. So what we have now is this file, and we have this directory. And I'm not sure why we have this, because I thought it was supposed to save it to this directory, but maybe it didn't. It did not do that. I'm not sure. Let's see. First off, I want to know what this is. Is this a log file, or what is this? It looks like it says data. I cat out the contents. I see absolutely nothing. So I am not sure what that is. No idea what this is. I have no idea what it is. What is it? The heck is it? Okay, whatever. Is there anything inside of output? No. So that was a complete waste of time. I could have sworn it said it was saving the output to output. All right, is there anything inside of the recoup directory? And there is. All right. I was about to turn the camera off. If we didn't have anything, guys, I was about to start coughing and say I have to end the stream because I was about to feel real freaking stupid. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you've never seen this before, you're witnessing real deal file recovery, the type of file recovery that people will charge you for. I'm not charging you. I'm trying to give you this knowledge for free and hope that you send a super or become a channel member. So we have a lot of information here. This is kind of strange. This is kind of strange. I don't even know what to do with this. We even have an image. I'm kind of scared to open this up. We have to open this up off camera one time just to make sure this is not like a naked dick pic or something. Like I'm sorry. I got to take a look at this real quick just to make sure that this is PG-13. And let me see what this is. I don't even know what that is. I couldn't even tell you what that is. It's like an icon. I don't even know what that is. All right. So there is an image in here, guys. When I use the open command to open up the image, it's like an icon or something. I have no idea what the heck this goes to, but this is what I get. Is this thing right here. I have no idea. But it did find this. Brain Tumor and Chill says that he is getting hit with ads. That's bullshit, Brain Tumor. That's you know what? That's bullshit. How do I turn these ads off? I'm about to turn those off. Stupid freaking ads. All right, so we found an image, and we do have a report in XML, but clearly, first and foremost, we have recovered data. Okay, that's the main thing, that we have recovered data. But it's saying that these are all TXT files though, so this is kind of weird. This is very different. Spyware. That's a picture of the camera. Laugh out loud. It's cool. Most of them I can skip in 5 seconds. Will this all work as long as the trim command hasn't run? Well, I'll tell you what. We should put that to the test. We should run the trim command on it and then see what happens. So this is the interesting thing, though, is that is the file type. It's like everything's coming up as .txt files. But I mean, that makes sense because pretty much everything in there was technically, that's what it was .txt files. The drivers were some of the drivers were at least one of the drivers was technically a bash script. So the .txt thing is a little strange, but let's see if we can cat one of these out and see what we get. All right, so this is literally the bash script right here. This is the bash script that I used in order to actually install the driver. This is essentially the driver. This is the driver that I used that it came with. So this 100%, it recovered it. You can very clearly see that it recovered it. This is the driver. This is the executable, whatever, right? And just to prove it to you, watch this. So this gives you an idea of the power of this, of what we actually just did. Okay, watch this. Let's put this to the test. It recovered this file. It's saying it's a .txt file, right? But if we open it up with Nano, it looks like we might be missing like an O, but you can clearly see that this is a bash script. The bash script. That's the bash script that I used to install it. Clearly, right? If we open up another one. What's your favorite malware do? My favorite malware gives me more subscribers on YouTube. My favorite malware gives me more subscribers on YouTube. So I see plist. So this obviously must have to do with Mac OS. Yeah, I'm trying to get to 100,000 subscribers. And I see Wildcharge just sent over another super. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that very much. I appreciate that. I guess we're starting up a fund for the OSCP certificate. I would love to get the OSCP certificate. That would be amazing. All right. So what I'm curious to do now, because clearly we have recovered a bunch of stuff. However, as you can see, it changed the name of the files. And I knew that it would do this. This is the difficult part of this process. So it's like, how would you find out which is which? It changed the name of everything. So I'm curious to see what happens if I rerun one of our previous commands. I'm curious to see what happens from that. So if you guys remember, we ran a command earlier on. We ran the find command. Okay. We ran this command right here. We ran the find command, and it essentially took a hash of every file. It took a hash of every file, and then we saved it to a file called hashes.txt. So what I want to do is I want to run that same command. Okay, so we're going to run the find command. I'm going to run it on that directory, and we're gonna get some hashes. So I just took a hash of every single file inside of the directory where everything was recuperated. So the whole point of this is I want to see if any of the hashes match. If that's important for me to just better understand how good this tool is. Because if some of the hashes match, then that means it recovered it bit for bit, which is very hard to do. It'd be very hard to do, to actually recover it bit for bit. So let's find out. How am I going to compare those hashes to? I'm going to have to figure out what command I can use. If you don't understand, surround yourself with anyone that does. Oh, you said an icon file. Yeah, that makes sense, an icon file. Twilight Tommy says, just clowning about the spyware, but seriously, you can't just trust tech anymore. No, you're right, bro. You're right. Like I'm paranoid. I don't trust nothing. I don't trust anybody. The stuff that's been done to me, if I told you stories about some of the things that have been done to me, you would think I was lying. I promise you, you would think I was lying if I told you some of the stories I have. You would think I was out of my mind, and I'm not even going to tell them. I don't trust anything anymore. I think it could be an icon file. Favorite malware database? Yeah, we could. That would be easy to determine because we could run something like virus total, even from the command line, it'll grab all these hashes and it will compare those hashes to a database. It'd be pretty straightforward. So maybe trim command won't affect this. Well, we're going to find out. That's going to be interesting. I'm curious to know. I want to know. And very powerful message says, I ran exec. Yes, I did. I ran exec. The reason why I ran exec is because exec runs a command on every file. So that was my neat way of hashing every file that it found. That's why I ran the exec command to execute MD5 sum. So now what I need to do though is I need to find a way to compare these hashes, the new hashes. I need to find a way to compare those to the hashes that I previously took, right? So first and foremost, Brandon says, me too, I'd love that cert. And I would love to get the OSCP. At this point, I would be happy just leveling up my LPIC 1 to an LPIC 2 though. You know, studying for certs is a commitment. It is a commitment. And at first it's exciting, but then when you're like 5 days into it, you know, it starts to get very, very frustrating. All right, I'm not even sure how I'm going to do this. If anybody has an answer for me, let me know. Let me know. First and foremost, I'm going to save these new hashes to a file called new hashes.txt. And I get permission denied. So let me add sudo. Why not both? Why not both? What, both certs? What about sort plus diff? That's a good idea. I have an idea. I know that there's a better way than the idea I'm thinking of. But hey, whatever works. I'm literally going to manually copy these instead of using some cool command line kung fu redirector type thingy, whatever. I'm literally, oh, what am I thinking? No wonder it wasn't working. I'm a moron. No wonder it wasn't working because I'm trying to create a file in the current directory. What the heck was I doing? Stupid. No wonder it wasn't working. Let me do this. Home, well, by the sound of it, it's still not going to work. Let me see what happens. New hashes.txt. All right, there we go. That's why I'm stupid. Okay, let me back up. All right, so here's what we have, guys. And Douglas here, OSCP and LPIC 3. Whoa, we're just skipping the LPIC 2. You know, I love that you think I'm so much smarter than I am, right? I love that you think I'm just that smart. I'm just going to skip over to LPIC 2, go straight to the LPIC 3. I appreciate that. That feeds my ego. I don't think I'm that smart, but all right. So here's what we have. We have, I'm actually just I'm going to remove, I'm going to remove hash.txt. I mean, we don't even need that. That's kind of in the way at this point. All right. So I'm going to cat out hashes.txt. And these are all the hashes. Those are all the hashes from before we removed everything, right? Those are all the hashes. Now, if I cat out new hashes, those are the new hashes. So the whole point is this. This is a weird situation because this is a weird situation. Here are all the files before we deleted. We delete, and then we end up with all of these files after recovery. I was not expecting that. That's bizarre. And we just recovered all those. But the whole point, what I'm trying to do is I want to see if any of these hashes if any of those hashes match any of these hashes, because if they do, then we know that it was able to recover those files bit for bit. And I want to know. I'm curious to know. So I know that there's probably a better way to do this. And if there is, please let me know. But the way that I'm going to go about this is going to be a little bit different. So first and foremost, I want just the hash, right? Just that front hash, right? I don't want any of this. I don't want any of that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cat out new hashes, right? But I'm going to cat it out. I'm going to pipe it into cut with a -D for delimiter. My delimiter is going to be a space. I'm going to do -F for field. I'm looking to cut the first field, and that gives me just the hashes. Okay, that's my Linux Kung Fu. If that doesn't make sense to you and you need me to explain that again, I will. That's how I'm able to grab just the hash, right? I have just the hash. So now I'm going to redirect that to a file. I'm just going to call it check, right? So now I have a file called check.txt. This contains all of the hashes after recovery. I have a total of 43 hashes for 43 files. Xargs to grep. There you go. Xargs would be good. So like I said, I know there's numerous ways to do this, and I'm probably not doing this the most elegant way, but I have just the hash and I have 43, right? Let me make sure that none of them are identical. I'll make sure none of them are identical by piping that into the sort command with -U, and that will sort them and get rid of identical hashes, right? So if I pipe that back into word count, right, that tells me that one of those was identical, so it got rid of it. So we have 42 unique hashes. There is one hash in here that literally is a duplicate, but that's still good. 42, I'll go with that, right? So now I cat out the new hashes, and well, we could, gosh, I'm confusing myself. I could diff or pipe into unique. This is kind of hokey, but this is kind of hokey. I'm probably confusing you guys, but I'm going to cat hashes into check.txt, okay? And now I have a total of 56 hashes. So now if I cat out all of these 56 hashes and pipe them into sort-u and then back into word counts, if we get 56 back, then none of them matched. But if we get, let's see what the results are. So we get 55 back. So that basically says that that none of the only one of those hashes matched. So while we were able to recover data, it's not bit for bit because the hashes don't match. The hashes would have matched. So I hope that makes sense. I hope that makes sense to you. So you say a partial data recovery. So let's test something. Let's test something since we've already gone this far. I want to test the trim. I would like to test the trim theory. Much respect, bro. Got to hit the dispensary before they close. Nice, man. All right, Twilight Tommy. I have a better way of testing. PhotoRec is a file carver and only looks for certain file types. TestDisk TestDisk looks for everything. All right, there's another way that we could do this, but we could use pictures. Pictures would be, in my opinion, pictures are a better way to test data recovery, because you can open a picture up and you can compare that picture to the previous version, and that's a better way. Even if the hashes don't match, if the picture looks almost the same, you still recovered the picture, right? But I think that what we'll do is, see, how do we want to do this? I can't just put them back onto the USB stick. I might have to recreate a different demo to test out the trim theory. I might have to recreate that. But in any event, this is what I'm going to do now. We have proven that we can recover data. The names get changed. We've lost some of the bits. But if you're trying to recover pictures or something, clearly this is a winner. Okay, and I think we've at least shown that much. We've shown that much. So what I'm going to move on to now, because we've been at it for 2 hours. My wheels are spinning. I'm thinking of some better ways that we could have done this using pictures. But nonetheless, we are where we're at. That begs the question then, if we were able to recover that data, we were able to recover it using PhotoRec, it begs the question, then how can we delete the data? Because I mean, I think most people probably assumed that using the remove command should have deleted it, right? You know, it looked like everything was gone, you know, but it wasn't. So clearly the remove command is not enough. So how could we do a better job of deleting our data so that forensics does not recover it? How can we? Let's do that. Let's give an example of that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a different demo that I think will bring the point home. I'm actually going to use a picture. Okay. I have a picture of my new homie, Sticks. Shout out to Sticks, also AKA Legend, also known as Mikey. What's up, Zuzu? Zuzu in the building. Zuzu, I ordered my Hailhound, bro. I talked to Zeke on the phone about the Hailhound. Yeah, I got a picture of Mikey up. We're going to do it. I have a better test. Pictures are better to work with. I got to be honest with you. I could have done this better. My ADHD is kicking in. I could have done this better, and I should have using pictures. So shout out to Mikey. I have a shameless picture of Mikey up. We're going to use Shred. Yeah, we're definitely about to use Shred. So let's do this, man. Let's do this. We're going to use the same USB stick, okay? I'm going to put these on the same USB stick. And first, before I do that, let me run one command off camera. All right, so 1 second here to set this up. All right, so we have our, if I run the the lsblk command. Here is our USB stick. Here is the file system. If I cd inside of the file system and I do an ls-la, we have nothing in there, right? We have nothing in there. We just proved that even though there's nothing there, we can still recover data. But let's use this picture as an example. Shout out to Mikey. Okay, I actually named the picture Sticks because somebody came up with a nickname for him of Sticks. So it's all about data recovery and how we can potentially truly delete stuff. And I think that that's probably the more interesting part, looking at options on how you can truly delete something. So let's use this picture as an example, okay? So I'm going to copy that picture, which is in my pictures directory. It's called Sticks. I'm going to copy it over to my current directory. Here it is. It's on the USB stick now. It is on the USB stick. It's called Sticks, okay? There it is. We officially have the photo, the image is on the USB stick, okay? And I'm going to bring one more image over to the USB stick. This one is going to be of me. Okay. This one is called OSINT from my OSINT script. So I'm going to bring one more picture over. So I have two different pictures, two different tests. And there we go. So we have two images. One is of Mikey. The other one is of me, okay? We're going to use two different ways of deletion. What brand USB stick do you guys like? USB 3.0, 64 gigabyte, SanDisk. No, Micro Center. I like USB sticks from Micro Center personally. Micro Center has good USB sticks. All right, so we have two images. They literally are both. They are both .png. So let's do this. We are going to remove one of them just using the remove command. We're gonna remove the OSINT just using our Linux remove command. All right. Next one, we're going to get a little bit more serious about it. So I just deleted one. I deleted one of them using the remove command. Now the next one, we're going to use shred. We're going to use shred. I don't even know if I have shred on here. I do. Okay. So if you know anything about shred, shred is used to overwrite the specified file repeatedly in order to make it harder for very expensive hardware probing to recover the data. Shred is how you should be deleting stuff if you want to truly delete it. So if we run shred with --help, don't run tails from Ventoy. So there's a couple of different ways you can implement shred, but when I implement shred, I like to do a couple things. I run -f to change permissions to allow writing if necessary. I also run -n and I give it like 9 iterations. Most people have concluded that if you write over anything more than 3 times, it's like impossible to recover it, right? You know, it's like, 3 times or more, right? I don't know where that currently stands, but 3 times or more, I'm going to overwrite it 9 times. And then I'm going to use -u to deallocate and remove the file after overwriting. And finally, I'm going to use -z to add a final overwrite with zeros, which is meant to hide the fact that you used shred to begin with. That's how I delete stuff. And I actually will go as far as to create a custom command. I'll use an alias. I'll create an alias with this custom command. So we're going to run shred with -f to force. We're going to do -u. We're going to do -n and we're gonna overwrite the file 9 times. It's gonna do 9 passes. And finally, we're gonna do -Z to overwrite the last path with zeros. 8 times, I think, is military. I think I have heard that before. There's even, you can read the man page on, I think the man page might talk about that for shred or like DC, one of the DC3 commands. But in any event, we're going to run this very lengthy, crazy shred command and remove Mikey's picture. And there we go. And now it's gone. There was one last thing I should have added, and I should have added -V, because if you add -V, it actually shows you, everything that's done, which is kind of cool. So let me show you that real quick. I forgot I should have added -V, because that's actually probably one of the coolest parts. I'm going to send one more picture over to show you what that looks like. I'm going to copy one last picture. It's a Linus picture, right? It's literally a screenshot of that I had to use for a thumbnail. We're going to rerun the shred command. I'm going to add -V. Adding -V, it actually shows you what's happening. I forgot about that. I think that's the coolest part. So by adding -V, it shows you literally everything they did, everything that was done. We had a total of 9 passes. It overwrote the file 9 times with random data. And then the final pass added zeros. Very cool. And then it goes about this weird process of repeatedly renaming the file. It's crazy how this does, how this works. It's very interesting how it does this. It goes like, it just renames the file over and over again. It's bizarre how it works. It really is. And now it's gone. So that's how shred works when you run it that way. So typically what I'll do is, this is my shred command. So I'll create an alias. I actually like make an alias out of it. You know, and it would be badass to give it a set of files to overwrite it with to appear like other files for sure. Yeah, I would literally create an alias and call it something like you know, I don't know, make up a command basically, goodbye, you know, something like that. And if I run alias, we now have this command called goodbye. So now all I have to do is just run goodbye instead of typing that very lengthy command. That's how I would alias it. All right, so in any event, we just we shredded 2 files, 2 images. We shredded 2 images, so those are going to be gone. We're not going to be able to recover those. That's how you truly delete something. But we did delete a picture by using the remove command. We should be able to easily recover that one. So that's going to be our goal. This is just to show you how you are supposed to truly delete data. And you can do that using the shred command. Remove is just not enough. It's not enough. So we're going to CD back in USB. I'm going to create a new directory. I'm just going to call it, I'll call it Mikey, because we're attempting to recover Mikey's pick. And I know we're not going to be able to, but we should be able to recover mine. So I'm going to CD in there. And there we go. So we're going to run PhotoRec on dev SDB again. And we're going to do the same thing. I'm fat fingering my password. gosh. There we go. My goodness. Try that again. All right. So we are. I need to enlarge the terminal. There we go. All right. So we're going to run PhotoRec again, guys. We're doing data recovery and secure file deletion now, right? So let's see what happens. I'm going to run this all over again. We know that it is. I'm going to do the dot for the current directory, and a C, and we're gonna begin. All right, so we know it's going to find all those other files, but not concerned about those. The whole goal is, will it find any of those images? Should you send your daughter to daycare with a Tux shirt on or an Arch Linux? Well, I know you're a big Arch guy, so I can see you doing Arch. I can see that all day. I'm surprised you haven't done it already. I already know you're a big Arch guy. That completed already. That was quick. That was a matter of seconds. So let's see what we have. It's all about data recovery and secure data deletion. So we have this new directory where everything is at. And let's see if it was able to recover anything. Did it recover any of the images? So not only did it not recover, it didn't even recover my image that I used the remove command on, which is actually kind of surprising. But it did not recover either of them. So that brings me to the next part of this. That was actually, it should have at least been able to recover the image I used the remove command on. So that's actually kind of disappointing. But that brings me to the next and final part of this. And that's that since I've already basically kind of destroyed this USB stick, right? I've destroyed the USB stick. So the last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do what is called a forensic wipe. So no, there's not a PNG filter. It's just whatever you get. And the name of the files, they get changed. The name will never survive. Now, here's the thing, though. We're using a tool that is just, it's a quick tool, and it's a very effective tool. But we could take this so much further. And that's what we'll start to explore this a little bit more thoroughly and go further down the rabbit hole. But if we were to start pulling out tools from the sleuth kit, we would find all that. We would find the images. The first pass is like use PhotoRec. But if you still need to get to the data, that's when you're going to switch over to tools from the sleuth kit. The sleuth kit is going to find that image. It's not going to find the one that we used shred on, but the one I used the remove command on. If PhotoRec fails, you move on to the sleuth kit. Sleuth kit will find that. And I'll show you, I will prove that to you as we move further into this. Not today, but we'll move into that this week. The sleuth kit is the best of the best for data recovery. But you have to be, TestDisk is, correct me if I'm wrong, but TestDisk is just the, PhotoRec is a part of TestDisk. And somebody said, what about the trash bin? If I CD into the file system and I run ls-la, we don't have a trash. We got rid of it. The trash is gone. nothing is sitting inside of it anymore. But that brings me to the last thing I want to do with this USB stick, and that is doing what is referred to as a forensic wipe. I will show you guys later this week a more concrete example of how you can use the sleuth kit to track down a specific file, and you can take it deeper than we're taking it with PhotoRec. We're just scratching the surface. We're scratching the surface. We really are. But anytime that I get a USB stick, let's say I go to Walmart or something and I buy a USB stick, or I go to Micro Center and I buy some USB sticks that I'm going to use for myself to use. I'm going to use VeraCrypt to encrypt it. I'm going to put an encrypted container or something on the USB stick. The first thing that I do when I get the USB stick, I don't care where I got the USB stick from, the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to do a secure wipe. I'm going to do a forensic wipe of the USB stick. That's the first thing. Case in point, with this USB stick, somehow it got 41 files on it when it only had 13, and it came straight from the factory. It's kind of weird. So we're going to do a forensic wipe on this USB stick, and we're going to start over. We're going to do a forensic wipe of it, and then tomorrow we will start over with that same USB stick we'll start from zero, because when we do this forensic wipe, there will be nothing left. Nothing. That's why it's called a forensic wipe. And that's why we're doing it. In forensics, if you were going to really do forensics on something and you needed to store the forensic output on a USB stick or a hard drive, you would start off by doing a forensic wipe to make sure that there's nothing residual left on it that could be confused with your suspect's data, period. And Wildchar says he's getting a black arch shirt for his daughter, so he's going black arch. Let's just do this for you, bro. Let's do this. How about we do this, man? We'll take a poll. We'll take a poll for you, all right? Poll is should wild charge 10 should, we'll just say wild charge, should wild charge make his daughter wear a Arch Linux, a black Arch Linux, do a black Arch shirt to school, or a tux shirt. See if we can get a poll. Try to get a poll. All right, we're going to do a black Arch, and we're going to do tux. And there we go. So we got a poll going. Let's see if we can we get some results on that. All right, there we go. You guys vote. Wild Charge wants to make his daughter wear a shirt to school, black arch, or tux. What is your vote? All right, so this is what we're going to do. Everybody's probably heard of the DD command, right? How did you ruin the drive? So installed on every Linux system by default, you're going to have the DD command. And they have newer versions now that are they're newer and they're better implementations of DD. One of those is DC3 DD. PhotoRec is more for micro. It was originally for like micro SD cards, for stuff like photos and videos. That was what it was originally for, but now it's just considered a good forensic tool. But that is what it was originally for, was like micro SD cards and SD cards and stuff, for photos. 100%. That's what it was originally used for. So we're going to be using the DD command, and we're going to be doing what is referred to as a forensic wipe. When we are done with this, there's going to be nothing, and I mean nothing, left on this USB stick. And when we have completed, I'm actually going to show you how you can verify that there is in fact nothing on it, that it has actually been completely wiped, forensic wipe. It's looking like a tie. Okay. All right, so we're going to be using the looks like the winner right now is Tux. All right, so we're going to be using the dd command. Okay, if I do a what is on dd, this is traditionally used to copy and optionally convert a file system resource. You can use dd to actually, you know, if you want to like flash Kali Linux to a USB, you know, you can use the dd command. But we're going to be using the dd command to do a forensic wipe. So in order for us to do this, first and foremost, we're going to have to actually unmount the USB stick. So when I run the lsblk command, you see that it is currently mounted to the file system. So first and foremost, I'm going to run the umount command, and I am going to unmount the file system. So now if I run lsblk, it is no longer mounted. We're looking at this node right here, SDB or dev SDB. So now that we have unmounted the file system, we're going to be using the dd command. You're going to need sudo privileges for this. And we're going to run the, if you never used the dd command before, it's a very weird command. It works differently than most other commands do on Linux. The syntax can be, it's very different. It's very, very different. And there's a couple of different ways that you can run this, but the main objective is that we want to overwrite the entire USB stick with zeros. Because when you wipe something, essentially what you are doing is you're overwriting it with new data. So we're going to write zeros to the entire contents of the USB stick. And to do that, we're going to run the command sudo if. If stands for input file. And then we're going to provide it with an input file. That input file is actually going to be a location on your Linux file system. That this is a real location called dev0 that contains nothing but zeros. So in the upper pane, I can actually cat out /dev /dev/0, and there's zeros in it. Whether I can cat them out or not, whether you actually see them or not, I mean, that's essentially what you're doing. So we're going to write zeros to the entire contents of that USB stick. So if status equals progress, status equals progress is just going to show us the progress of it. But first and foremost, the two main things that we're going to have are going to be if for input file and of for output file. So the input file that we're taking from is going to be /dev/0. And then we're going to do of for output file, and we're going to send the zeros over to where our USB stick is, which is SDB. And then finally, that's when we could add status equals progress, and it will give us updates in real time. And that's the main thing right there. And, that's the main thing. So that's going to write nothing but zeros to the USB stick. And then obviously you can add like additional things onto this. You could do a block size. People can like argue about what the block size should be. Should it be 512 or should it be 616? People will argue about what is the best block size. And then you also have usually people add on converge equals fsync, like something like that, right? So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to hit enter. And this is where you got to be super careful, because if I were to give the wrong node instead of SDB, if I had said like SDA, that's a great way for me to accidentally wipe out part of my system. So it's like I always like to double and triple check to make sure that I'm doing this on the right place, because I've actually made that mistakes before. So you just want to double and triple check that you're doing it on the right location, and that for me is SDB. So right now it's literally writing over the entire contents of that USB stick with zeros. So I said, will it work with micro SD cards or with HHD? It will work, but you're supposed to do it differently with like if you want to do it to an SSD drive, you're supposed to do it different. You're supposed to use a different command syntax. If I were doing it like with an SSD drive, I would be using like the NVMe command is probably what I would be using instead of DD. But all right, so that was actually really quick, and the reason why is because this USB stick is actually really small. That's why I originally used it, because it's a small USB stick, and I knew that it would make these commands run quicker. So it's saying that there is no space left on the device. So that was actually really quick. If you were to run this command on a USB stick with 64 gigabytes or 128, that command could take quite a long period of time. And that's where you might want to use something that will achieve essentially the same thing, but faster. So I might use something like DC3DD, which is actually a lot faster than the DD command. And it will also allow you to write patterns, which is super cool. So instead of just writing zeros, you could actually write like a repeating pattern, like in hexadecimal or something. Like, it's super cool how you can do that with DC3DD. But in any event, it's saying there's no space left on the device, so it should be done. So I think this is the cool part. This is the cool part. So in this example, we wrote zeros. We could have wrote something else. We could have wrote a repeating a character or something. It didn't have to be zeros, but that's just typically what people do. So this is the neat part, is now we need to check. We need to check and verify that we zeroed out the drive, as they would call it. Zeroing out the drive. We're doing a forensic wipe. So the way that we can verify that is by using something like xxd. So if I run xxd on dev sdb with sudo privileges, so when I start running that, this is the cool part. This is my favorite part of this. So you see that we have nothing but zeros. We literally have nothing but zeros. That's why it's called zeroing out the drive, right? Because we wrote zeros from beginning to end. And, you know, you're not recovering data from this after we do this. You're not recovering data from this. Not using something like PhotoRec. You're going to have a tough time recovering data from it, period. But so the concept of zeroing out a drive implies that you wrote zeros to the entire thing from beginning to end. So we could sit here and we could run this command, and we could just sit here and we could watch it like we are now, and watch it go through the entire contents and look at it and say, okay, yeah, clearly there's nothing but zeros. But that's ridiculous. That takes a long time, especially if it's much bigger than this small USB stick. So what you do is you run xxd with -a. You run it with -a. And the reason why is because if I pull up the help options for xxd, if we look at -a, this is used to, what this essentially does is this will skip over repeating lines. And since every line is supposed to be the same because we zeroed out every line, yes, exactly. 100% no clip. The concept of a forensic wipe where you zero out the drive implies that you wrote nothing but zeros. So when we use -a, what that should do, and I'm going to run it so that we can get it started because it's going to take a little bit of time. So I'm going to run it, and this is what happens. This was the first line, right? This is the very first line, and it showed you the very first line, which is zeros. And now it's going to skip every additional line that is a duplicate of this. And since they are all a duplicate because we zeroed it out, we should, you should get the first line and you should get the last line. So we already have the first line. We should get the last line, which is going to also be zeros. And there we go. That is proof right there that we just zeroed out the drive. That is how you do that. That's the concept of zeroing it out and verifying that it's zeroed out. We have proved that we zeroed out. So there is actually an asterisk in the middle. That asterisk represents every single line in between zeroed out. So proof that this has been zeroed out. You are not getting data back from this. And this is referred to as a forensic wipe. So now this USB stick is ready for data. Now it's ready to receive VeraCrypt containers or something, right? We know that there is no residual data left on the device. It's ready to go. It's ready to go. So did you use DD to zero out the data? Yes, that's exactly what I did. So to show you the command again, I ran this DD command. I ran DD. The input file was nothing but zeros. The output file was to the USB stick. I used a block size of 16M. Status equals progress to give an update, and converge equals fsync, right? That was basically how I did it. But this was a small USB stick. This was a small USB stick. And if you're doing this to large USB sticks, that can take a long time. That can take a long time. So that's where people, I want to say it was the DOD, actually. I want to say it was the DOD, the Department of Defense, that came up with a newer implementation. Every partition is gone. Yeah. Fart nozzle. Every partition is gone. There are no partitions. We have completely wiped it. This is a forensic wipe. And just to prove to you that there are no partitions, watch. I'll show you that there are no partitions. So if you didn't see earlier in the video, we started off this video by running dmesg and lsblk, and we had SDB and we had SDB1, or in other words, a partition on SDB1. Well, if we run lsblk, that partition is now gone. All we have is SDB. There are no partitions. There's no file system. There is literally, it's blank. It's blank. So for you to use this now, we would have to reformat it. We can't put pictures on it or nothing right now. We have to literally reformat it. We have to put a new file system on it. We got to do all of that because it's gone. We just wiped it. No partitions. And we can prove that, that proves it right there, in my opinion. We don't need to go any further, but we can go further because we can do things like we can run fdisk on it. And that further shows you that there are no partitions. We can run gdisk. We can run disktype. They are gone. But if you were doing that on a large USB stick, that would take it would take a long time. 64 gigabyte, 128 gigabyte. That would take hours to do that type of forensic wipe. It would take hours. So there are other options that are better and faster. One of those is DC3DD. And let's see here. Is that DC3DD? I got that. I have that backwards. Sorry. So you can even see that it is referred to as a patched version of the GNU DD command with forensic features. So this is the new and improved version of DD. And I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, that this was developed by the Department of Defense. Let me double check, but I believe that it was the Department of Defense. I don't have a manual entry because I don't have it installed, but let's run sudo apt install C3DD. And once it is installed, we can open up the man page. And if we look at the man page, I believe it is, but I have to double check. I know for sure one of these tools that we're looking at was created by the Department of Defense. Maybe is it shred or not nano shred? Wow, man shred. Twilight Tommy, I'm back. and hit the dispo. Nice, man. The only way to defeat it is through prevention, like by running CHATTRNI. Which, does anybody remember which tool is written by the Department of Defense? Because now it's going to annoy me. I thought it was DC3DD. And now I need to know which tool. Which forensic tool is written by the Department of Defense? Which one is it? All right, that's no help. DC3DD. Yeah, it is. Okay. That's what I thought. So it's not saying it. It's not saying it in the man page, but yeah, I was right. So DC3DD was developed by the Department of Defense Cyber Crime Center. That's why it's called DC3. So, but it didn't show that. It did not show that in the man page. So right now we got 67% saying that Wild Charge should make his daughter wear a shirt with tucks on it. Always. Okay, so you verified no clip that it is in fact DC3DD that was written by the Department of Defense. Yeah, so we just kind of been hanging out. If you're just popping in, we've been hanging out and just showing one of the more powerful ways that you can recover data, probably used more so for micro SD cards and SD cards for cameras. It was meant to recover pictures and stuff, but it became just a forensic tool. It evolved into just being considered a forensics tool. We were looking at that, and that is, of course, PhotoRec. That is PhotoRec, and that's what we were looking at, and that is, of course, from a package that is called TestDisk. Somebody asked what other file systems it could be used on, and it gives you a listing right here. You can use it on almost any file system that you would think of. I mean, this is a pretty nice list, right? But you're going to see as we move forward into some better videos, because this was, in all reality, I'll be honest, I did not prep for this because I've been super busy. And when I prep for videos, they tend to be better when I prep for them. I didn't prep for this. I put a little bit more time into making the video for you guys. And when we move forward into this week, I'll show you some better demos when it comes to recovering deleted files. And if you want to really get serious about this, all roads lead to the Sleuth Kit. All roads lead to the Sleuth Kit. So, and if you have ever used Kali Linux, you have all of the Sleuth Kit tools installed on Kali Linux, and most people don't even know they exist. Most people completely overlook them and don't realize the power that resides in the various tools that comprise the Sleuth Kit. So we're talking about stuff like MMLS, FLS, ICAT. These all come from this thing called the Sleuth Kit. If you want to really get deep into command line forensics on the command line and recovery of lost files, finding hidden data, hidden in files, etc. and so forth, the Sleuth Kit, 100% the Sleuth Kit. That is where ultimately you are going to end up. And I'll show some demos of this as we get further into the week. And it is crazy what you can do with the Sleuth Kit. So this whole PhotoRec thing, that's just scratching the surface. It really is. I wonder if the man page only mentions the author by name and we just don't know his name being associated with DoD. Well, I know I read this in the man page, so maybe it was on Kali Linux, but I thought for sure it was going to be in the man page, and it's not, but I'm pretty sure that's where I read it. But we also have something called there's something else called like DCF something. There's another one. Maybe it's in that one, but there's a bunch of tools like this. Alternative. I can tell you. Oh, I know what it is. It's called DCF. What is it? DCF LDD. APT info DCF LDD. It's another implementation of DD. See, here it is right here. Check this out. So this is an enhanced version of DD for forensics and security. DCF LDD was initially developed at the Department of Defense Computer Forensics Lab. That's the real lab, not this lab. This is the fake lab. This is the real lab. Said Renee Olstead said, I played with Autopsy a bit. It's amazing. It is amazing. It really is. It's very in depth and has a steep learning curve, but it's insane how you can like really go deep into data recovery with the Sleuth Kit. I'll tell you what, if you're interested in learning more about it, I have a video. It was the first video I ever created on YouTube that actually did very well. It was the first video I ever did that went semi-viral for me, according to my terms of viral. It was the first video that I ever did on YouTube that like really took off, and it was on the Sleuth Kit using Kali Linux. It's still a great video. It has been watched quite a few times. If you're interested in learning more about it, and more importantly, actually using it, this goes way deeper than anything that we did in this video. If I type in, let me think. It's the title of the video is how the police recover. What is it? Hidden files or something like that. Here it is right here. How police recover deleted files. Sleuth Kit on Kali Linux. If you're interested in going deeper down that rabbit hole, this video, it will get you there. 20 minutes long. It's like the first video I ever did that actually like really got good results. It was a little more than a year ago, and it has like close to 30,000 views right now. So definitely check that out. This guy also does a great job. What is it called? Blue Monkey on the Sleuth Kit. He does a great job of explaining it as well. I've watched several of his videos. It's not a lot of people do content on the Sleuth Kit. Very powerful message said, welcome, have a great night. Well, it looks like the winner is most definitely Tux as far as that t-shirt goes. We're coming up to 3 hours. We're coming up to 3 hours, guys. I appreciate you guys sticking with me. We're just messing around with data recovery. Showed you how to forensically wipe a drive, literally called zeroing out a drive. And now when we move forward and do more stuff with that drive as we get into this later into this week, we now have our drive ready to go to acquire new evidence, so to speak. It's been zeroed out, no traces, no residual evidence left on it from anything that we did before, which is how you're supposed to start, right? I'm gonna bounce out, got a few things to get done. Big love to the Fresh Forensics fam. All right, Brain Tumor, appreciate you showing up, man. Always a great guy doing showing great support, man. I appreciate that so much, man. Another good certificate would be, another good certification for Fresh would be Hack the Box, CPTS, and WCA. Man, listen, Wild Charge. I don't know. I don't think you've been here for some of the recent things that have happened, but I don't know. Maybe you have, but I will definitely check Signal, Brain Tumor. I appreciate you. I will take a look at that very shortly. But if you start saying stuff like that, these guys, they will literally start a campaign. They will start a fund to make that happen. You know, I have a Hailhound. I have a Hailhound that is about to be built and is going to arrive to my doorstep probably very soon, probably within the next week. It will probably arrive, and it is because of this stream, because of this chat, that is happening, because these guys do not mess around. They will literally make that happen, man. I would love to get some more certs. It's about time for me to get some more certs. It's too bad I can't get these companies to do for me what all of these other companies do, where I get to talk about the thing and they bless me with it for free. You know, can I get you to give me the cert for free for doing videos on it, like I do videos on these other things? It's too bad I can't get them to do that for me. That would be amazing. And just start, you know, doing stuff on certs. That would be really cool. I would like to get some more certs. I really would. I will get some more certs. If all else fails, the next one is going to be the LPIC 2. So, fart nozzle. So this is what I'm going to do, guys, because it's during the week. I want to save the best stuff. I want to put my absolute best foot forward on Fridays and Saturdays. What I really would like to do is, as we get later into the week, it gets better. It gets better and better. So this, to me, this wasn't good. This was like, I just woke up and started, you know, playing around on the computer. But as we get further into the week, I want it to get better and better. That's what I'm going to do. So when Friday and Saturday comes, it's like, it's time to pull out the big guns. No screwing around, because more people watch the streams during Friday and Saturday than during the week, because people have to work. That's what I'm going to commit to. When we get further into this week, I'm going to bring better and better content, right? So with that being said, I don't plan on going much longer, because not as many people are able to watch the stream. People have to work, right? So I'm going to wrap it up soon. But where's the Discord server? I'm going to wipe your minds. No. I got something for you. I'm going into the safe right now. I'm going into the safe, okay? Because I'm about to do something that I probably should not do. It's going to be my finale. Something that I'm going to take a guess and say most of you have never seen before. I have to be careful doing this. I'm going to do it anyway. And the reason why is because I appreciate you guys so much, and I just want to bring the best to you that I can. And quite frankly, I'm not even satisfied with my delivery. I think it was weak. I think it was watered down. So I got something else. And speaking of, right, DoorDash, a new delivery. Yeah, absolutely. I wish, man. I wish I had extra money for DoorDash. Soon, though. You know, next month, if you guys don't know this, when you're doing YouTube, you only get paid once a month. You only get paid once a month. Zuzu said he's happy with what he learned. Man, I can do so much better. I'm not happy with that. I feel like I could do so much better than that. And I feel like I owe you guys so much more than that. I feel like I owe you guys so much more than that. It's just not good enough for what you guys do for me. And I mean that. That's how I feel. Now, I try to do a good job of bringing stuff to you, but you know, it's not easy to do it consistently every day. You know, some are better than others. Let's be honest about it. It is what it is. But I'm going to show you something. This is my teaser. I'm going to leave you guys with this, and I'll be curious to know. I'll be curious to hear if anybody even knows what this is. I'll be curious to see what you guys think about this. So it's kind of a teaser of sorts. But if you guys don't know this, when you're doing YouTube, you only get paid once a month. So even when people like, I set a goal in this chat and we met that goal very quickly, five super chats, like $2 each, right? For $10 in 2 hours. And we met that goal super quickly, you know, and I got some new stuff today too. What an amazing day today was. Absolutely amazing. I hung out with Mike today for a little bit. And this guy drives. The guy drives, man. And he doesn't use a handicap sign, no modifications to his car. I mean, he's literally driving like this. Insane, right? But yeah, you only get paid once a month on YouTube. So when you guys send me these, like these supers or whatever you call them that people were sending me, I won't see those. These right here, I will not see those for another month because you only get paid once a month. It's crazy how they do that, right? Yeah, no, Mikey is an inspiration. I have a short that's going to be coming out soon. A short of him driving, and it's insane. The guy's driving like this, and then he's texting while he's driving, and he's texting with his nose. I swear, it's insane. The guy's like this. He's like this. I've never seen anything like it before. I swear, it's so crazy, man. All right, so I'm about to plug something else in, and real quick, I think it's worth showing you that once again, we wiped this. We did a forensic wipe. There's no partitions. There's no data left on it. There's nothing on it. That's why if we do a hex dump of it, we see nothing but zeros. Nothing but zeros. We literally wrote zeros to the entire thing, right? No partitions left, no data left. All you need to do is start paying the fresh tuition. Well, I'm not telling you guys to give me money, but I encourage it, and I promise you, all it does is it allows me to just turn around and do more for you, which is the goal. That's the honest truth. I live to do this, and it's only going to get better. It's only going to get better. So because I wiped everything, including the partitions from this drive, I don't even need to unmount it. I can just pull it out. There's nothing to unmount because there's no file system. So you don't even need to unmount it. Just pull it out. I'm going to plug a hard drive in, and I'm going to show you something on this hard drive. Let me very quickly decrypt it. This guy says, David Bomble, hold my Sprite. I wish. David Bomble's good. No, nobody can do it better. Nobody can do it better than David Bomble. Nobody. I could only dream that in 20 years from now, I would be as good as David Bomble. You'd be hard pressed to find another YouTuber in the Linux / cybersecurity space that will ever be able to reproduce David Bomble. He's one of a kind. But let me decrypt this hard drive very quickly. Excuse me. And Diff Lane, yeah, he's a network guy. Yeah, for sure, he's a network guy. Cisco background, real deal. He's got like the real deal Cisco certs. So if I run lsblk, we see that we have something new over here. We have something new. It's residing on SDB. Has 2 partitions. Each partition is almost a terabyte. They said you'd be interested in RAM forensics for some memory attacks. Make bots not love says, who is David Bombay? Well, obviously we're referring to David Bomble, but I hope that you're kidding, because if you don't know who David Bomble is, that's crazy. But yeah, RAM forensics would be interesting, and we actually are going to delve into that at some point here in the near future. We are going to delve into RAM forensics on Android. On Android, we're going to do that. Something that is super cool, and we're going to do that with something called Lime. It is called Lime, and not this Lime. Sorry, wrong Lime. It's this Lime. Linux memory extractor, loadable kernel module for volatile memory acquisition from Linux and Linux-based devices such as Android. So this is something we're definitely going to get into. Is memory forensics using Lime. There's been well over 400 Linux vulnerabilities in the last month. That is insane, bro. That's insane. Wow. That's insane, man. So, kernel panic. I just had a kernel panic the other day. So check this out. So we have, what about Windows? Never heard of it. So I have 2 partitions. Each one is almost a terabyte in size. Now, going to show you something. This is something that we're going to be getting into in the near future. Somebody just brought this up the other day, and that's what made me pull this out. So somebody dropped this in the chat. If any of you know what this is, if any of you know what this is, I got two things to show you. Do you see this right here? Does anybody know what that is? Is it possible to zero out a partition? It is possible to zero out a drive, but to zero out a partition, would essentially be to obliterate the partition. I mean, I guess, yeah, you could say that, but that would effectively be zeroing out a part of a drive. You're getting rid of one partition. Yeah, that would be possible. I would say yes. I would say this. If you've ever seen people, they'll tell you to run there's a certain command that you will sometimes run where you essentially do that before you repartition a device. This is the command you're running, wipe fs, right? That's what that makes me think of. I think you're trying to, you do something similar. But anyway, Wildcharge says, I've done laps around people who have stacks of certifications on the terminal. I believe it. Bro. See, I know you. These other guys, they don't know you in the chat. I know you. I know what you're about. Like, I actually know you. I've literally met you in person multiple times. So I know what you're about. And everybody else in the chat doesn't know you, not yet at least, but they will, because we're gonna figure something out. We're gonna get you on the channel, but we're gonna get you on the channel, and we're gonna get you to tell your story, because for those of you that don't know, Wildcharge is he does Linux for a living. Specifically, he specializes in Kubernetes, and he has a very interesting story about all of that eventually we're going to have him share on the channel. And No Clip says, do you have a Patreon showing things you can't show on YouTube? I do not have a Patreon. I do have a Discord, and that's originally what it was supposed to kind of be for, but I fell off the path as far as my Discord goes. I need to figure it out. I have some things I need to figure out. In any event, so for those of you that do any of you know what this is right here? Have you heard of that? If not, that's what you should be looking up, right? And then you also have this right here, and obviously this as well. Zuzu knows exactly what I'm talking about. The compilation of many breaches, and that's what all of these are right there. That's what all of those are. And there is a specific way that you have to. There's so much data that there's a specific way that you have to search through the data. Black Hat Discord, that's good. Yeah, there's these are bash scripts that serve one purpose and one purpose only. These bash scripts pertain to this data. Literally, it's crazy. So I'm not sure how far into that I can go, unfortunately, but I'm going to try to go into it in the near future. And then the other thing was, the other thing was this we can go into this. We can go into this. So this is RockU 2024, and this basically shits all over RockU.txt. This makes RockU.txt look like a preschooler compared to a senior. So yeah, this is RockU 2024, and we're talking about once you unzip everything and you end up with your final password list, this thing is 146 gigabytes in size. 146 gigabytes in size. It's crazy. You're out of your mind, bro. You are out of your mind. David Bombal would, if I were on David Bombal, or vice versa, David Bombal was on here, which obviously would never happen. First off, I would probably clam up out of nervousness, and I wouldn't even know what to say, because David Bombal is like Zeus. Is like Zeus to me. And the man would 100% do circles around me and not the other way around. David Bombal is like Moses, and the guy knows what he's doing. Years back, I got the rainbow tables from DEF CON. Dude, that's hell yeah, that's freaking awesome. Next year, man. Next year, bro. Nah, bro, you have unparalleled ball knowledge. I know a little bit, man. I don't claim to be an expert at anything, but what I will tell you is that I have a devotion and passion for this that you're going to be extremely hard pressed to find anywhere else. So I don't claim to be anybody special or anybody smart. I really don't. I just know how to read, and I read a lot, and I study a lot, and I practice a lot. And practice makes perfect, but I'm very devoted to this. So in like another 5 years, I feel like I'll be where I need to be. I feel like I'll be where I need to be in like another 5 years, though. I need another 5 years, man. This is literally what I do. I wake up and I do this every day, sometimes all day, from waking up to going to sleep. For years, this is literally what I did, for all day, 10, 12, 14 hours a day. So it obviously shows this is my obsession. Brandon says, I say you're expert level Android guy just from the live. That's you definitely going to be hard pressed to find other people that are giving up that much knowledge about Android in one place. Absolutely. All right, I think we can say that the poll has ended. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to stop the poll. The winner is 100% Tux. So we can call that a wraps. The poll has officially ended. Linux is my drug of choice. Linux is my addiction, man. Linux is my addiction. All day, every day. It's supposed to be pretty warm tomorrow. It's saying it's supposed to be like 80 degrees out here tomorrow, and I'm curious to know. So I'm gonna run curl on WTT. What is it? WTTR.in. and check the weather in Cleveland and see what it's supposed to be tomorrow. And yeah, tomorrow's the 26th. So It's supposed to be, we're supposed to have a high of 75 tomorrow, or no, 78. So yeah, that's almost 80. It's not bad. On the 27th, it's going to be 78 degrees as well too, a high of 78. Okay, it's not bad, close to 80. Any blackouts near me? No, there have not been any blackouts. Do I have a tux-themed motorcycle helmet? No, sir. Actually, I get a lot of flack because I do not wear helmets. I don't own a helmet. I don't wear a helmet. Even when I'm on the freeway doing 80 or 90 miles an hour, I don't wear a helmet ever. I do not own a helmet. And I know that that's bad and I shouldn't be doing that, but that's what I do. And I've also been into a motorcycle accident, and I was life flighted. I had a very bad head injury, so I shouldn't do that, but I do. Rolling the dice, yeah, something like that, man. Something like that. I wonder how far I can get into this, man. I am just dying to run some commands right now, man. I'm just gonna run one command. One command. You said that's the fish shell? Yeah, this is the fish shell. Why the hell is it doing that? This is the fish shell. I love the fish shell. The fish shell is the oh, I know why, because I know why, because I didn't what am I doing? I didn't everything is still archived. That's why. Yeah, I use the fish shell, and I absolutely love the fish shell. All right, Wild Charge, man, thank you for showing up, bro. I'm winding this down anyway. I'm just kind of lollygagging, just answering questions, man. I'm pretty much done for the night, man. Appreciate you being here. We hope he doesn't, because he would be the one shaking in his boots to fresh forensics. Yeah, right. I actually reached out to David Bombal, and he didn't respond to me. So just so that you're aware, I actually reached out to David Bombal. I'm even gonna post that. I reached out. Type that. I reached out to Bombal, and he ignored me. Never heard back. Somebody said, Brandon said, that's the fish shell. And yeah, no, you're right. You are supposed to harass each other about helmets. I don't ride with anybody. I ride solo, and you know, I don't have any friends over here with me. So nobody, there's nobody to give me that advice. And do I still mess with the BWM? No, I don't. I just talked to Zeke. Zeke is my guy. I still talk to Jeremiah of all trades. So I still talk to Jeremiah of all trades. I still talk to Zeke. And but as far as the BWM goes, it doesn't even exist anymore. The BWM isn't even in existence anymore. They changed their name yet again for like the third time. So I don't know what it is now, but some people left, some people went a different way, and to my understanding, it's all because of one person. It all goes back to one person, and because I want to stay away from negativity and drama, I'm not going to share the name of that one person, but it all stems from one person. So. But I do still talk to Jeremiah of all trades. I love his content. He's a great person. And I still talk to Zeke. In fact, Zeke is talking about maybe coming on the live stream, coming on the live stream, or just jumping in the chat again this week. For those that are asking, what is the BWM? The BWM used to be the Blackwire Militia, which essentially was a group of hackers and content creators and makers, tinkers, hackers, content creators. So you might be familiar with a couple people who were a part of it. Talking Sasquatch, Ghost Strats, were probably some of the most well-known people that were a part of BWM. Ghost Strats, Talking Sasquatch, as well as Snorin. Snorin has the most watched videos when it comes to SDR. When it comes to this device in particular, Snorin's videos have the most views. So I'm sure that you guys have seen Snorin's videos. Snorin, Talking Sasquatch, Ghost Strats, probably the three biggest, most well-known YouTubers that you guys would be familiar with, and a slew of other people behind the scenes that that you guys probably don't know, as well as, like I said, businesses. What is it? We were just talking about this. They make the devices that have Kali Linux and stuff running on it, with the big fat antennas. The Hailhound, the Hailhound was also a part of the BWM. All the makers behind the Hailhound, as well as we were just talking about this. What is the device? Oh gosh, what are their names? Something Creators. They make the big devices. No, not the Flipper. Oh man, it's gonna bug me. What they make? Carbon computers. Carbon computers. That's what I meant to say. They were also a part of it for a brief period of time. Ryan Montgomery was a part of it as well. I was also a part of it, and I'm not anymore. I believe that some people have gone their separate ways, and a new group has formed. I don't know what the name of it is, and I've heard good things about the new group. I've heard very good things about it, and I wouldn't mind being a part of the new group. And with that, I will pass. With that, I will pass. Well, I don't know if you guys know who. I'm sure that you guys know who Ryan Montgomery is. And Ryan Montgomery has been on a lot of stuff recently, and Ryan Montgomery is yet another one who, he's the real deal. He's the real deal. Nobody to mess around with. He's the real deal. He's done a lot of stuff. He has a lot of accomplishments. One of his accomplishments is that one of his lesser known, maybe not as relevant to most people, but he's done every single TryHackMe box. Every single TryHackMe box. He's literally done every single one. Yeah, for a brief period of time, Ryan was also a part of the BWM, or what the BWM became, because it has undergone several name changes over the past few years that it has been in existence. But currently, no, I am not a part of it. I'm not a part of anything at the moment. I'm just flying solo and just trying to do what I'm doing now. You said that you hope that he does not know who you are. Yeah, Ryan is nobody to mess around with, man. I would not want to be an enemy of Ryan. I would not want to be his enemy. But I greatly respect the man and what he has managed to accomplish, and he's reached a very high level of success, and I respect where he's come from. He has a very interesting story that I feel like I can actually relate to a lot, and I respect what he has done and gone through to get to where he is at. So for those of you that are not familiar with some of this, we are talking about Snoring. This is Snoring. And then, of course, we have Ghost Strats, which I'm sure most of you are also familiar with Ghost Strats. And we have talking Sasquatch also. And we have Ryan Montgomery, all former members of the BWM. Ryan Montgomery Has a pretty freaking nice car, man. It's got a little color changing car. Very nice. Oh yeah, and this guy too. Another very well known individual. This is obviously the creator of the Hailhound, which I will have very soon. Thanks to Zuzu. Shout out to Zuzu. I'm going to have a Hailhound very soon. Zuzu, I don't know if you saw this or not. This was earlier in the chat. I don't know if you were here for that, but I actually got 2 things in the mail today. Wait, you said he's a Fed now. Who's a Fed now? You saying that Ryan's a Fed now? Which one? Who are you talking about? I want to know. Let me know. In any event, Zuzu, I think you missed out on this. I did get 2 things in the mail today, man, that I'm incredibly excited about. And I did get 2 things in the mail today. I got these bad boys right here. This one is the Scout Lite. Got that bad boy. And I got this bad boy, which is the Hydra RF 924. So super excited about that. Have not messed around with them at all yet, and looking very forward to messing around with it. So are you saying can't wait to learn more radio stuff? Yeah, for sure. Are you being honest when you say that he's a Fed? Like, what do you mean? Are you saying that he's working with them, or like, are you being dead serious? I mean, if that's what it is, that's what it is, man. It's not mince words, you know. That's a serious accusation. You know what I mean? Is this like a verified thing? Is this like a considered factual sort of thing, or what? 433 megahertz, yes. So to Zuzu, who's saying that he can't wait to learn more radio stuff. Oh my Lord. To Zuzu, who says, I cannot wait to learn more radio stuff. I can't wait to learn more radio stuff neither. What is it? Wait, I gotta read this. So you're saying, I don't know, but there's articles from 3-letter agencies that say that he's helping them. Well, I know that he has been very public about. I know he's been very public about like the child predator thing. So if it's in regards to that, I don't think anybody's going to look down on the guy for catching rapists and child predators, even if, you know, he's doing it by working with, you know, 3-letter agencies. If you're suggesting that it goes beyond that, you know, then I would say that that's unfortunate. I was asked 2 times. This is a fact. I was asked not once, but I was asked 2 separate times on 2 separate occasions by 2 different individuals or groups of people, I'll say, over the course of my life, and nothing to do with computers. This was in my former life. I was asked twice to work with the feds. And I said no both times. And the first time that I said no ended with me doing a very long time in federal prison, simply because I said no. So I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it at that. That's my stance on that. Anybody, since we're just kind of chatting it up, we got a couple of dozen people that are just hanging out, just watching. I can't, hard for me to fathom what you would be watching at this point, because I'm not doing a damn thing right now, but we're just hanging out. But for those of you that are still here, I would love to circle back to everyone has their principles. Yeah, absolutely. And if you have a set of principles that you live by, the goal is to live by them and not compromise them for nothing, right? I have mine. You can't necessarily assume the person next to you shares the same principles as you do. That's why it's always helpful to get an understanding of what that person does believe in, so that you don't fool yourself into thinking they believe the same thing as you, right? But for those that are still hanging out with us in the chat, I'm putting a little call to action out, and that is that some of the really cool things that I have done with Android, or they don't have any at all. Yeah, it's a good point. I'm putting out a call to action. Some of the cool things that I have done with Android, I would also like to do with iOS. I do not currently have an iPhone. I did have one. I had a nice iPhone, and I chose to part ways with it and give it to somebody. So anybody out there that has an iPhone that they would be willing to part ways with for the benefit of the community, I would love to do videos on iPhones as well, similar to videos that I have done on Android. So if there's anybody out there that has one they're willing to part ways with for the benefit of the community, reach out to me, and I can give you my address, and you can send it to me. You can reach out to me at this email address that I am posting in the chat. You can reach out to me at that email address if you have an iPhone that you're willing to part ways with, so that I can do videos on it and teach people things, very cool things. It can be an old iPhone. It doesn't matter. Even if it's damaged, it doesn't matter. I can send you an iPad Air 2 or a 12. Yeah, that's possible. We might be able to do something with that. I'm trying to do some videos on different things you can do with iOS from Linux. So that would be, that could work. So to Zuzu or whoever said that you're interested in doing more radio stuff. So am I. It's kind of hard to, you walk a fine line when you start trying to do videos on some of these things and showing, their true capabilities. It's hard to, you walk a fine line with some of that stuff. But one really cool thing that I think is worth showing that I haven't seen anybody else talk about is the fact, I went over this in a previous video like last week, is the fact that with the Flipper Zero, which shows up as an ST Microelectronics virtual COM port, for whatever reason, that's what it shows up as, right? I showed this in a video last week. It's sitting on bus 1, device 14. So if I run ls USB with a dash V for verbosity and a dash S to specify a specific device, I specify bus 1, device 14, And by doing that, you're able to learn a lot more about a device that is plugged into your USB port of your machine. And any time that you see a device that shows up as having a modem inside of it, you see something to the effect of modem or CDC, that CDC right here, you see CDC or you see modem, and you would see the same thing if you were to plug in this device and look at it. You would probably also see the same thing if you were to plug in this device and look at it. And that is a clue that it exposes an interface, a interface over serial, over a serial port. And if you've never seen this before, this is super cool. I would like to explore this further, perhaps in future videos. But since we just discovered that this device exposes a modem that you can access over serial, you can further get proof of that by running sudo dmesg with -w, and you see that when we unplug the flipper and we plug it back in, you'll see in the output of dmesg that right here next to CDC, you can see that it is registering an interface on TTY ACM0. That's interesting. We know where that's sitting, right? We know exactly where that is sitting at, right? That is going to be accessible via lsdev TTY ACM0. Very cool. So what that means then, and you're probably already beating me to the punch, is that we can access this device over serial, over USB, through serial, from the command line. And we can use various tools, Minicom being one of them. We're going to specify the path, the device, I should say. We're going to use a baud rate of 115/200. And when we do that, we are dropped into a shell on the device, and we're even presented with ASCII art, which is super cool. But rather than use Minicom, I actually prefer to use Screen. I like Screen better, and I'm just going to specify the path, and we are dropped into a shell, man. How cool is that? We get this little flipper CLI ASCII art, and you can actually run help, and you have a list of commands, and most people don't even know this exists. That's why every device I plug in, I always start with LSUSB to see if it exposes anything over, if it exposes any interfaces. I always start with LSUSB and then proceed to add verbosity and examine the output. And this is what you will find with a lot of these devices, is that you can always access them over serial like this. This one has provided us with all of these really cool commands, such as neofetch, super cool, right in the terminal, right? And info, we can get information on the device, like info device, info power, all sorts of geeky stuff. And you can take it even further, because you can actually, come to find out, you can actually, glad I can catch you live, appreciate you the all. So you can actually do all sorts of interesting things that most people don't know is possible. You can even essentially execute commands to make the device do things, such as things related to RFID, things related to NFC, things related to Bluetooth. You can do it all from the command line. But the coolest one, in my opinion, is the sub gigahertz. I did a video on this, and I don't have a second flipper with me anymore. But if you have two, if you're in the vicinity of another one, you can drop into this sub gigahertz chat. If I just type sub gigahertz, it'll pull up the commands. So I can literally send, I can initiate a sub gigahertz chat with another Flipper Zero user, as long as you're in the vicinity. And I actually did a video on this. It's on my channel where I demonstrate this when I did have two. And all you are doing is you literally are just starting up the sub gigahertz chat, and you have to specify, a certain frequency. I don't have the, it's literally something to the effect of, something like that, right? And oh shit, I'm tripping. What am I doing? I didn't even show you guys. Oh, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sitting here talking, and I'm not even showing my terminal. Big shout out to Brandon for sending me that. Brandon, you sent me a super, and I'm literally not even showing you my terminal. I'm talking about it, and I'm not even showing it to you guys. Absolutely ridiculous. All right, let me show you this again then. Unbelievable. All right, I'm going to show you this again from the beginning, right? So I can't believe I just did all. I can't believe I just said all that, and I didn't even show you guys the what I did. So I have my Flipper Zero plugged in, and I have my Flipper Zero plugged in, and you can do this with all sorts of different devices. I'm just showing you. I just happen to be showing you the Flipper, but you could also do the same thing with this device. You could probably also do the same thing with this device. I know for a fact you can do the same thing with this bad boy, the Bash Bunny from Hack 5. You can do the same exact thing that I'm about to show you. Nobody ever checks for this, but if I run ls USB, you're going to see that the Flipper displays itself on my USB ports as this device right here. It is referred to as a ST Microelectronics Virtual COM port. It's a weird name, but this is what shows up as what shows up for the device connected to your USB port. But what is important is that you identify the bus number and the device number that it registers as. This is going to be different for you. It's different when you plug it into a different port. It changes, right? It constantly changes. So for me, it's connected to bus 1 and device 16. So we're going to rerun ls USB. We're going to add -v for verbosity, and I'm going to do a -s to specify the bus number 1, and it is registered as 16, device 16 currently. If I were to unplug it and plug it back in, it would show up as a new device number. Just get the current bus and device number. I'm going to hit enter, and you get a lot of output. You get verbose output. By going through this output and looking at the different interfaces or the interface descriptors, you can identify different ways of communicating with said device, right? You do the same thing for a phone, and that's how you're able to determine different ways, different protocols that you can use to communicate with a phone potentially. So we see that it says CDC data, and it says abstract modem, and these are all clues that this device is exposing it a interface over serial. That's essentially what you're able to derive from this when you see these types of words, right? And another clue that you will get is by running the dmesg command. And when I unplug it and plug it back in, you see in the output that here's the CDC portion again. And right next to it, you see that it has exposed itself on TTY ACM 0. So we know that that is a place in the file system that we can access. It is right there. So that's your clue that you can connect to this thing, specify the baud rate, right? You can guess if you don't know it. It's usually 115/200. If it's not that, then it's usually one of two other baud rates, right? And now we have connected to this device through the command line in the terminal, right? Over USB through serial, however you, whatever fancy way you explain that, right? You get it. And most people don't know that you can connect to devices this way. And when you do, not only do we get really cool ASCII art, but if we run help, we have a list of commands that are available to us. So we can do things as simple as we can actually access storage on the device. So you can list the files and directories, right? Straight from the command line. We can literally run storage tree, storage tree followed by, the root directory, right? So we're listing out various files and directories on the device straight from the command line. How freaking cool is that, right? So we can do additional things. We basically have all these commands available to us. Some simple like date, info, device, give us more info on the device. But then we have some really cool ones like neofetch, neofetch for flipper, very cool. But it gets better. We can actually run commands, like there's the Bluetooth command, Bluetooth HCI underscore info. We can run we have various power commands. We can reboot the device. We can reboot into DFU bootloader mode. But perhaps the coolest thing, we have NFC as well. We can initiate NFC commands, right? Let's see, we can get a list of NFC commands now we've been dropped into NFC mode. So we can run help and see there we have a list of NFC commands now. So we can, for example, run the scanner, and we're now scanning from the command line using NFC. So I'm actually going to place something up against the flipper so that we get some results here. And it was able to immediately detect something. So we're literally, we are controlling the flipper from the command line, making it do things like scan. Very, very, very cool. We can do a lot of different things. It just did a dump and it saved that dump to the file system. We know we can access that. Thank you, Zuzu. I appreciate you so much. Also, thank you, Brandon. I appreciate you as well, brother. I saw what you just did. I appreciate you guys. This is what keeps me going, man. Bloodshot eyes, tired. I don't stop, man. This is in my blood. Never really played around with every one of these subcommands, but it is very cool what you can do with this thing. We can send raw bytes from the command line. It is so cool, man. What do we have here? We can emulate, we can scan, we have MFU mode. I'm going to exit from this. I think probably one of the coolest things that you can do with this from the command line that people don't know about is we have logs, is definitely going to be sub-gigahertz. So if you happen to have more than one flipper laying around, I did a video on this. We can actually compose, we can basically use this sub-gigahertz command in the terminal, and we can initiate we can initiate a chat over sub-gigahertz. We can send messages from one device to another one in the area. We pick a frequency to meet and chat on, and I start it up on one, and I enter the frequency, and any other device in the area can immediately drop in the same chat by using the same frequency. So you can have 2, 3, 10, 20. Imagine being like at a conference. You could use it that way, all from the command line. And I verified this with 2 devices in the vicinity of one another, that you can chat with other users. And if you read the list of commands, it's kind of convoluted. It's not the best set of help options, right? But you can make sense of it. And I verified that it works. And then the really cool thing is that by default, the Flipper uses an internal CC 1101, but we know that you can purchase additional hats to add to the device that will extend the range of the CC 1101. So you can literally use these things to communicate with one another from distances of miles in between each other, as long as there's a line of sight, right? And there's like no videos out there on it. There's no videos. There's none. I did a video and I verified that it works, and it is just one of the freaking coolest things, man, that you can do with these devices. And I picture people being at a conference like DEF CON and having like signs on the wall where they say, hey, yeah, exactly, better. Like, I mean, probably not better than mesh in all honesty, but it is super cool though. So I just envision being at like DEF CON and like a sign on the wall that says, Flipper users, go to such and such frequency, and you guys can basically chat it up, right? And there could be like 30 people all on the same frequency chatting it up with one another over sub gigahertz. It's insane, right? We can access the GPIO pins. We can read values. It's pretty sick, man, what they have built into this thing. If I just type GPIO read, it gives me a list of available pins. So we can just get super geeked out with this, and you can just really do a lot of experimenting with this. There's a lot of commands, man. I'm not sure what the crypto command does. I guess you can use this to encrypt stuff. You can encrypt things, encrypt and decrypt things. There's something here called the subshell demo. This would be awesome to communicate that way, so private. Now, the one thing I will say is that by default, if you use the sub gigahertz chat, like I just showed you here, by default, it is actually not encrypted. In fact, you know what? Come to think of it, I wonder if I still have it. I did a bunch of videos. I recorded a bunch of videos. Yeah, no, you're right. Exactly, Brandon. It's not private. That's the thing. Anybody can intercept it. Not only can you intercept it, but if I still have them on here, I can replay prior conversations that I picked up from the 2 devices using my HackRF. So if these are still on here, I can actually replay one of them, and you will see it. You will see it get sent to the Flipper. It's crazy. That's the only thing, is it's not encrypted, so anybody can intercept it and replay it. I did it with this device. But there is a way for you to encrypt it though. So there is a way to add encryption to it. And somebody ended up creating an app. Somebody ended up creating an app that basically leveraged that, and they added encryption onto it. And there is now an encrypted chat app that you can use on the device. You don't do it from the command line, but somebody created an app that allows you to use the encrypted chat, and it leverages this same thing right here. It's super cool. It is super cool. But even
This same thing
even
right
for
here.
the one that is not encrypted, for like a conference where you don't care what people say, especially at a place like DEF CON where you don't really want to be using your phone anyway, I would much rather send and receive a message over my flip than my phone any day if I were at a conference like that. But I'm going to actually check. I'm going to check and see if I still have any of these on here, because if I do, I could probably, I know I captured a bunch of transmissions. Maybe you could encrypt. No, you definitely could. Yeah, let me see if I know that I have them on here somewhere. I have to remember where I put them. Gosh, where did I put those at? Here we go. So I know for a fact that I still have some on here, and I'm going to see if I can get that working real quick. TLDR, I have to get my TLDR page. I did it. In fact, I went as far as to, when I created the video on the whole sub gigahertz chat thing, I went as far as to create a really short custom TLDR page with the commands, right? So that I could remember them. So on my GitHub page, I have a repository of cheat sheets that I created, because I use Cheat and I use TLDR. Those are my two favorite applications when it comes to basically like a cheat sheet style stuff. So if you are not familiar with, open up another tab. If you're not familiar with any of these, they're absolutely awesome. Since I use Ubuntu and Ubuntu has snap packages, one of those is Cheat, and Cheat is super cool, and you can make custom cheat sheets, right? But what I like even better is TLDR. So here's a TLDR page on, like the ADB command, a very basic TLDR page, right? And And you can also, you wanted to ask how you got your GitHub so fresh. I don't know how fresh. I don't know how fresh it is, man. But I when I have time, I try my best to create a decent looking repository. And I spent time studying how to create markdown files for GitHub. I spent time studying how other people created theirs and learned how to create my own. But so I created, I have a bunch of custom cheat sheets that I created with my commands that I like to use. And I also have custom TLDR pages. So this is a TLDR page for ADB, and this is a TLDR page for TLDR itself, right? So a cool feature of TLDR is that you can literally, fairly easy, you can create your own TLDR page, and then you can create your own custom TLDR page and then reference it with the TLDR command. So I created a custom TLDR page for the flipper0 commands for the sub-gigahertz chat because they weren't really documented anywhere very well. So I'm gonna create a file. This is over on one of my GitHub pages. So I have a file you can download, and it's called, I think it's literally called Flipper. And this is all it consists of, right? But what's really cool is once I have the file, I can run TLDR with a -R, and I can specify my custom TLDR page, and that's what it looks like. So this actually has the commands. So if you don't have an external antenna on the flip, you just specify 0 for the default internal antenna. But if you have an external antenna attached to it, it'll extend the range, and you can specify that in the command with 1. So here's an example. Here are the commands right here. Here's the screen command, and then this is what you run to start up a sub-gigahertz chat on 900 and on the 915 megahertz using the internal antenna. You're going to use 0. So I'm going to copy that command. I'm going to come over here to my flipper, right? I'm already dropped in. I'm already in the shell. Now watch what I do. So I'm going to initialize a sub-gigahertz chat on the 915 megahertz frequency, just like that. Boom. And now I'm literally in a chat. I started a chat. All we need is for another device to come into the chat and also drop into a chat on the same frequency as me. And then essentially I can just be like, hey, what's up? I can be like, hey, what's up? And hit enter, and we're sending messages back and forth to each other. And that's what I did. And then while I had the two devices communicating with each other, I pulled this bad boy out and I started capturing the communication to prove that it's not encrypted, right? And I still have those on here. So if I were to replay one of these, we'll see if we can get it to communicate. You see what just happened? So it literally, this device just sent a intercepted communication, and it spoofed it. So let me back up because I had started typing something. So you see right here, what I literally just did is I have previous conversations saved on here. I just replayed one of them in which a different device that went by this name had sent this message. So proving that while you can communicate with them, it's not only is it not encrypted, but it's a trivial task for somebody that has one of these devices to pick it up and to replay it and basically do whatever they want, right? So I have other ones on here, and it's not the only one. I have all of these on here. So if I were to just pick one, pick another one, and I'm going to play it, and it's playing it. It'll take a second, and we should see a message. And there we go. There's another one. Try one more. And there we go. Unfortunately, they're all basically saying the same thing, which isn't very unique. But at the time that I was doing it, I didn't really care about any of that. And to answer your question, somebody, what was your question here? What is the difference? What is the difference between that and Meshtastic, or is it basically the same concept? No, it's too bad that I have all of them basically saying the same thing. I mean, I could have been a little bit more descriptive, but you get the point, you know. I forgot about that I literally still have these saved on here. It just goes to show you like how powerful this thing is that this was months ago, and I can still pull that out and still use it today. It's crazy, man. But no, there's actually a big difference between that's the sub gigahertz chat and Meshtastic. Big difference. I'm not very familiar with Meshtastic, though. I'm learning about it. And I know this guy right here uses Meshtastic, right? And it's very interesting. I feel like it's gonna matter more and more as we move forward. But yeah, so that's my impromptu demo on that. And somebody's asking the frequency and range. So back on my TLDR page, you can see that how I'm doing it and how I'm initiating it, and I'm using the 915 megahertz, and you have to specify, you know, all these zeros after it. So I'm receiving at a frequency of 915. Meshtastic would be a heavier protocol. This is like Netcat versus HTTP or something. Yeah, that's a good way of describing it. You know, it's still very interesting. It's absolutely interesting. And as I said, there is an app now that somebody created that leverages this, but they add encryption on top of it. I've used that too, and it does work. You guys both have to agree on like the same, you know, encryption password, and it works. And I tried to do the same thing, and it does not allow you to intercept it. So very cool, man. Very cool. Meshcore is supposed to supersede Meshtastic. And what else do we got? I'm gonna go home and pull out my hack RF. Oh, you got a hack RF? I have not really. I feel like I'm scratching the surface as far as what this thing can do, and I haven't spent enough time with it. I know that this thing is capable of so much more than I'm doing with it, but there's only so much time in the day to spend on these things, and I'm constantly getting new stuff, man. Tommy Twilight Art, man, I appreciate you. I appreciate all you guys. I didn't know I was going to be going this long. It's been about 4 hours and 20 minutes. I didn't know I was going to be going. My plan was only to go a couple hours tonight, but I'm glad that I did, and I'm glad that you guys were able to get something out of it. Frequency hacker, USB drives under attack. Oh my Lord! But why when I can with agent? Great stream. Thanks for everything, man. I appreciate you, Zuzu. Congrats on the 4-hour stream. Got to go to bed, get more agents. Absolutely. I am. You got one too? No clip. Nice, man. Older version though. Yeah, well, I know they just came out with a new version of this, so I'm now already becoming outdated, but that's okay, man, because we got a lot of other stuff in the works. So Hailhound coming soon. Thanks to Zuzu. Hailhound coming soon, and I cannot wait for that. I cannot wait. It's going to be awesome. So when you're done with this sub-gigahertz chat, you do a Control-C and enter. That'll get you out. Ultimately, there's really no way to get back out of that once you're in that serial shell. There's really no way to get out of it other than to just smash some buttons, and there we go. Now I'm out. Fart Nozzle, thank you, brother. I appreciate it. I appreciate all your guys' support, man. You guys make it so very much worth it for me to do this, and you guys are continuing. You are continuously showing your gratitude towards the time and effort I've put into this, and I do it for you guys. It's literally for you guys. I just want to bring you guys the best quality content that I can possibly give you. And as far as I'm concerned, we are just getting started. We are literally just getting started. There's so much more in the works. So thank you guys. With that being said, I think on this note, I'm gonna end the stream, guys, so that I can try to get a few things done before I have to call it a night. I appreciate you, as always. We are going to be back tomorrow. So for those of you that care to join, you can meet us back here, and continue to do what I do and try to bring you guys something of substance and value. So to all you guys that stayed till the end, thank you. As I always like to say at the end, for you guys and for myself, keep learning and stay fresh. I will see you guys in the next stream. All right, be safe, guys. Much respect. Love you guys. We'll see you tomorrow.
Fresh forensics, baby. Straight from the lab. let's go. Yeah. Fresh forensics, not just code in the shell. We investigate systems, but we audit ourselves. From the logs to the soul truth under inspection. No blame, just growth, raw data reflection. Fresh forensics is a whole state of mind. Digging through the logs that we usually hide. Digital or mental, we trace it for help. It's an investigation, forensics of the self. Yo, I boot up the box like I boot up my brain. Systems and journals, emotions the same. Analyze timestamps of who, what, and why. Like, why do I crash when I'm trying to fly? Linux terminal, scrolling through the bags, just like memories surfacing fast. What scripts am I running that ain't been checked? What habits in my psyche, I ain't that sexy, yeah. I grab through the past, no shame in the grip. I'm root on this life, no pseudo step. I'm out on my flaws with a red, right flag. Restore from backups when I hit a snake. When I hit a snake. Fresh forensics, not just code in the shell. We investigate systems, but we audit ourselves. From the logs to the soul truth under inspection. No blame, just growth, raw data reflection. Fresh forensics is a whole state of mind. Digging through the code that we usually hide. Digital or mental, we trace it for help. It's an investigation, forensics of the self. Can you parse your emotions like a memory dump? Track the spike in your fear, that anxiety jump. Kernel panic in your chest, stress in the core. What's this skull triggered it? Gotta explore all of your thoughts like a cron job running. Scheduled beliefs, unconscious and gunning. Are they valid or just cash from the gunning? Need a clean rebuild, make the changes last. No more seg falls in the middle of dreams. Time to patch the system, optimize routines. To edit your life like you're cleaning your code. Cut the bugs from the bloat, let the insight load. This ain't just tech, it's philosophy too. Bring curiosity to everything you look inside, like you look through logs. See the errors, the loops, the internal fog. Lessons from rookies and ransom with fear. Apply it to people that habits unclear. It's not about blame, it's lessons we earn. Every image is something to learn. In every image is something to learn. Every image is something to learn. Fresh forensics, not just code in the shell. We investigate systems, but we audit ourselves. From the logs to the soul truth under inspection. No blame, just growth, raw data reflection. Fresh forensics, it's a whole state of mind. Digging through the logs that we usually hide. Digital or mental, we trace it for help. It's an investigation, forensics of the self.
White hat during the day, black hat at night. Imagine by the sun, hacking under moonlight. Root access flowing, scripts ready to fight. Terminal dreams running commands all through the night. White hat in the office, black hat in the lab. Coat on my fingers, packets I grab. Firewalls fall, I move out of sight. Linux in my soul, black hat, black hoodie, getting ready for the night. Boot the VM Cali on the drive. Terminal open, feel my pulse come alive. Freaking in the night, map sweeping the scene. Ain't no firewall strong enough to block me. Oh no, TCP dump sniffing secrets, packets on parade. White shark dancing, every bite get displayed. Payloads ready, meet exploit in the fight. Black hat, energy, code glowing in the night. Hey. Hydra on the passwords, brute force and style. Air crack on the Wi-Fi, handshake in a file. Scripts chained together, automation tight. Flashing in the shadows, hidden out of sight. Hidden out of sight, hey, yeah, hey, yeah, yeah. Hex dump decoders, strings spill the truth, bro. Logs tell a story, I'm a digital sleuth. Proxy flips, IP maps, I never get caught, never get caught. In the matrix of data, I'm the shadow they saw. White hat during the day, black hat at night. Flashing by the sun, hacking under moonlight. Root access flowing, scripts ready to fight. Terminal dreams running commands all through the night. White hat in the office, black hat in the lab. Code on my fingers, packets I grab. Firewalls fall, I move out of sight. Linux in my soul, black hat, black hoodie, getting ready for the I got no friends in my contact, just ghosts on the thread. Laugh at the small talk, I'd rather talk to LED instead. With it I'm wired, coffee cold by the bin. Screens glow my sunrise, midnight's where I begin. Comfort in the silence, fingers dance on the keys. My quiet is the cooling fan, my pulpit, all the RGBs. I left the party invites, I RSVP with a shell. Cursor blinks like a heartbeat, know it all too well. Arsenal on standby, not flexing, just ready. Plugins like pocket knives, kept clean and steady. I map the tour, knows where the data flows thin. I whisper the process, let the quiet word begin. Don't make me mad, I put on my black hat, I swear. Not for the clout, for the cold, for the dare. No small talk, no drama, I keep my circle tight. Give me root in a terminal, and I'll vanish into the night. Zero daydreams, exploits in the mist. Command line wizard, nothing on my blacklist. Black hat, it's a vibe, but code I obey. Linux in my soul, in the shadows I play. White hat during the day, black hat at night. Flashing by the sun, hacking under moonlight. Root access flowing, scripts ready to fight. Terminal dreams running commands all through the night. White hat in the office, black hat in the lab. Code on my fingers, packets I grab. Firewalls fall, I move out of sight. Linux in my soul, black hat, black hoodie, getting ready for the night.
laptop. Blue screen glow, grill blowing like a stage light. Kernel coming up clean, system feeling airtight. Shell open wide at the keys at the code talk. Neon in my terminal, I'm walking the rule up. Pseudo when I move though, privilege on the man. Pipes flow together like a beat in the command. SSH tunnels, I'm connecting through the globe. H-top running, see the process overload. APT installed, got my tools in the stack. Scripts on deck, bad shit's never slack. Lost to the story, 6 calls in the drop. I'm free and unstoppable and this won't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. I'm running Linux on the laptop. Can't stop, won't stop. I'm running Linux on the laptop. Bash on the beat, get a shell, never sleeps. Fish with the Odyssey, just cutting deep. Seashell trip with the plugins in the flow. Power line prompts, got the colors that glow. External legacy, still sharp, never weak. Terminator splits, 2 panes when I speak. Kitty bringing graphics, sleek on the block. Eloquently fast, got the frames on lock. Teamwork sessions undetached, but I stay. Windows and paints, the commands all day. History call to complete on demand. Alias is hitting like a DJ's hand. From TTY bare bones to emulators high. It's Linux in the veins. Can't stop, won't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. I'm running Linux on the laptop. Can't stop, won't stop. I'm running Linux on the laptop. Grab through the lines, find truth in the noise. Ray gig sharp, cutting clean with poise. That's their maps of the past in the night. Sockets and ports, every packet in sight. Hex dump raw, see the bites in the brain. Binary stories written straight to my brain. Curl pulls data, you get stack it fast. Pipes and commands make the power last. Said with the edits, all shapes the frame. Strings build secrets, every file got a name. From root to the user commands, never stop. It's the language of Linux, I'm always on top. Can't stop, won't stop. I'm running Linux on the laptop. Won't stop, I'm running Linux on the laptop. And map sweep, I scan the city from the sky. Ports falling like dominoes, no lie, no lie. TCP dump, snippet packets, time stamped and raw. Wish I painting flows, I dissect what I saw. Aircraft breathing on the wireless, keys falling free. Handshake capture, then it's history. Metasploit entry, pivot, then I roam. Exploit the shell, then I plan my throne. Burp on the proxy, incept in the top. Snort on the net, keeping watch on the block. Johnny hash, got breaking hashes in the night. I lock in, I pride, keep my systems tight. This ain't just tools, it's hard skill and craft. Then it's at the core, I'm built on top. Can't stop, won't stop, I'm running Linux on the laptop. On the laptop. In map sweep, I scan the city from the sky. Ports falling like dominoes, no lie, no lie. Can't stop, won't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. Can't stop, won't
Linux on the laptop, won't stop. I'm running Linux on the laptop. Can't stop, won't stop. I'm running Linux on the laptop. Can't stop, won't stop. I'm running Linux on the laptop. Yeah. Can't stop, won't stop. I'm running Linux on the laptop. Yeah. That's right.
Fell in love with the command line glow. Black screen, white text, that's the life I know. No tabs, no noise, no browser above. Just me in the terminal, command line low. Cursor blinking like a heartbeat slow. Every line I type makes the system flow. They throw arrows at my path, but I rise above. Living in the shell with this command line low. You're scrolling through the web, chasing trends online. But I found my truth in a dollar sign. That black little box with the blinking light. Turn a quiet, lonely room to a world of might. First time I typed that lesson, watched it appear. Felt like unlocking a whole new sphere. Every command was a door to explore. Every man page open, 10,000 more. They clicking through menus, dragging the mouse. But I'm writing my future in a shell like a house. Every pipe and redirect, rewire my brain. Grip through the chaos, filter the pain. My life like a script that I'm writing in bash. Every failure just a line that I learned to rehash. From CH, my mistakes, to the root of the tree. Every command carved a new part of me. I fell in love with the command line glow. Black screen, white text, that's the life I know. No tabs, no noise, no browser above. Just me in the terminal, command line low. Cursor blinking like a heartbeat slow. Every line I type makes the system flow. They throw errors at my path, but I rise above. Living in the shell with this command line low. They say it's just text on a dark display, but I see a universe and a prompt that says okay. Pseudo power running through my veins. One command away from breaking the chains. I don't need Chrome, don't need a GUI. Got the whole world right inside TTY. Downloading knowledge, compiling my fate. Every terminal session, a portal to create. Pipes like rivers, data flowing clean. Turning raw chaos to a perfect machine. All through the noise and reshape the line. Engineering poetry, one command at a time. They think it's cold, but it's more like art. Every alias crafted straight from the heart. History scrolling like a story I wrote. Every keystroke, another dream to promote. Late night glow in a silent room. Cursor blinking like a metronome. System hum and the fan spinning slow. Just me in the shell in that monochrome glow. Every new command, another door I unlock. Every script, another piece of the clock. Life keeps running, processes above, but my heart still beats for command line low. I fell in love with the command line glow. Black screen, white text, that's the life I know. No tabs, no noise, no browser above. Just me in the terminal, command line low. Cursor blinking like a heartbeat slow. Every line I type makes the system flow. They throw errors at my path, but I rise above. Living in the shell with this command line low. I fell in love with the command line glow. Black screen, white text, that's the life I know. No tabs, no noise, no browser above. terminal command line low.
Yeah. Fresh forensics, baby. Straight from the lab. Let's go. Yeah. Fresh forensics, not just code in the shell. We investigate systems, but we audit ourselves. From the logs to the sole truth, under inspection. No blame, just growth, raw data reflection. Fresh forensics is a whole state of mind. Digging through the logs that we usually hide. Digital or mental, we trace it for help. It's an investigation, forensics of the self. Yo, I boot up the box like I boot up my brain. System and journals, emotions the same. Analyze timestamps of who, what, and why. Like, why do I crash when I'm trying to fly? Linux terminal, scrolling through the bags, just like memories surfacing fast. What scripts am I running that ain't been checked? What habits in my psyche, I ain't that sected yet. I grab through the past, no shame in the grip. I'm root on this life, no pseudo step. I'm out on my flaws with a red, right flag. Restore from backups when I hit a snag. When I hit a snag. Fresh forensics, not just code in the shell. We investigate systems, but we audit ourselves. From the logs to the soul truth, under inspection. No blame, just growth, raw data reflection. Fresh forensics is a whole state of mind. Digging through the code that we usually hide. Digital or mental, we trace it for help. It's an investigation, forensics of the self. Can you parse your emotions like a memory dump? Track the spike in your fear, that anxiety jump. Kernel panic in your chest, stress in the core. What's this skull triggered it? Gotta explore all of your thoughts like a cron job running. Scheduled beliefs, unconscious and gunning. Are they valid or just cash from the gunning? Need a clean rebuild, make the changes last. People that habits unclear. It's not about blame, it's lessons we earn. In every image there's something to learn. In every image there's something to learn. Every image is something to learn. Fresh forensics, not just code in the shell. We investigate systems, but we audit ourselves. From the logs to the soul truth, under inspection. No blame, just growth, raw data reflection. Fresh forensics is a whole state of mind. Digging through the logs that we usually hide. Digital or mental, we trace it for help.